We're going to give it a couple minutes just to wait for one of our speakers. But testing, testing. Hi, Lena. Can you hear me? Oh. Ah, look, it's Lena. Hi, Lena. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Lovely. Okay, we're AV testing right now, but happy to see you.
Well, I don't see you.
True. I'll magically appear in front of your screen in a second. I believe.
Yep, there we are.
Oh, hi, Lena. Lena, you're going to appear on this television right over here. This is going to be the Lena screen right here. And then Lasse is joining us back here. How the same. Hi, Lena. Can you hear me? Ooh, there's weird reverb. Why is my audio coming out of the... One, two, three. My name's Steve. And sometimes I eat coconuts. One, two, three. One, two, three.
Yeah, but right now she cannot hear because I turned off the microphone to the internet. So 再讲一下。
One, two, three. One, two, three. One, two, three. One, two, three. Lena, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Is the audio reverb a little intense for you?
No, it's very good.
Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. Hi, Lena. As you can see, Isaiah is here, and we're gonna get started soon, but I wanted to test your audio first. One more time for me.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hi, everyone.
Thanks, Lena. Lena, can you 1, 2, 3 me again?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hi again.
Lovely. Thanks so much. One, two, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's no reverb anymore. Okay, perfect, perfect. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit. My name's Steve. I'm delighted to be with you today here at the Tsuji Center for Compassionate Relief, where we're going on this 7-day journey of exploring the different existing climate solutions that we already have today, here, now, that allow us to really create a better future for all, whether that's human beings, animals, the planet, you name it, right? And through this 7-day journey, we're going to be embarking on 22 different dialogues that explore these different cross-sectional issues, bringing together actors that work on these different ideas and have tangible actions that we can really help elevate and bring forth new ideas to expand our imagination of what is already possible and see the beauty that happens when we bring different ideas together. And so with this, I'm excited to invite you all to our first session, which is the Intergenerational Dialogue, Youth Solutions and Priorities for Healthy and Sustainable Food Systems. And I would like to now pass it over to my co-moderator, Lana Weigenet from ProVeg International, to introduce our panel and all of our respondents.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today in the first session of the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit. Today, we are building from our conversation that we had during the high-level political forum on sustainable development in July, and building from our conversation on transforming food systems to build resilience and achieve the sustainable development goals. How does the youth voices, the youth priorities, and the solutions that young people are already working on fit into this whole of society approach to transform our food systems, and how is that a critical voice that we need to have there? So we're going to make sure that we're listening to the young people today who are already on the front lines of not only climate change, but also the food systems transformation, and who are set to inherit our planet and the food systems as we are making them out to be today. So that is the focus of our session. And then we will also be having in that continuity respondents from the UN Food Systems Summit Coordination Hub. We have Lena Mahi with us, and also from a coalition of action on shifting to healthy, humane, and equitable livestock systems. And we're excited to have Lasse Brun with us as well. In terms of the youth panelists, we'll be hearing from environmental educator Is Hernandez, who we're very excited to have with us, as well as founder and executive director of the Urban Garden Initiative, Megan Chen. And we are really excited to go into this highlighting how young people are already doing the work to change food systems and are active in making sure this critical area of climate action is moving forward. And then what else do we need to do based on what young people are seeing from this critical perspective, right? Young people are doing the work, but it's not enough. We also need to support them, and that's why we're here today. I'll also give Megan and Isaiah a chance to talk a little bit more about themselves. Isaiah, if you want to start and just say a little bit more about your bio and what you do before we launch into the questions.
Is this on? I think you might have to. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Is Hernandez. I am an environmental educator and also a content creator on Curb Around Vegan. A lot of my mission is actually focused with working with institutions, nonprofits, and for-profit corporations to advance the discourse around climate literacy and also building climate and environmentally just curriculum for local and public schools throughout the United States. So thank you so much again for having me.
Thank you. My name is Megan Chen. I run the Urban Garden Initiative, which works on building out sustainable food systems all across the world. We started in Delaware, which is where I'm originally from, which is like a major food desert community. And from there, we've been able to build out a lot of urban gardens in a lot of other cities. I'm also a current sophomore at Stanford, studying urban studies and sustainability with environmental justice focus as well. And so excited to talk more about food systems.
Perfect, and that's exactly what we're here to do today. And we want to start with highlighting exactly this action that you're doing through each of your work, and start with hearing more on how you are taking action for food systems and implementing that transformation. So Megan, if you could get us started with the work that you're doing at the Urban Garden Initiative.
Yeah, I'd love to. So, like I kind of mentioned before, we got started in Wilmington, Delaware, which is known as a pretty major food desert, kind of where I grew up. And as background, I'm sure all of you guys already know this. It's just, areas where there might be like plentiful amounts of food, but not necessarily healthy food, fruits and vegetables, stuff like that. And so I really got started by working in a community garden in my city, learning a lot from both the people that were running the garden as well as a lot of students that were in the area about just how there was a complete lack of environmental education, gardening education, and many people never really had access to really grow their own food at all. So in terms of when we got started, we first just went into the classroom, really wanted to teach students exactly about, how can they grow their own food? How does this kind of connect to this larger conversation about sustainable food systems nationally, globally? And how does this also tie into a lot of other environmental activism work and other things just happening around climate change? And so from there, after building out some gardens in my city, we started this China chapter format where a lot of youth that we've been able to connect with and mobilize all across the world have now been able to work on building out these gardens at their schools and in their communities. And so I think at this point we are at over 40, 50 chapters around the globe, lots of different major cities, and all of our work is centered around having youth kind of be at the forefront and lead what they believe to be the most important action that they should take in their community around building out these urban gardens and sustainable food systems.
That's so cool, Megan. And I think really in listening to your remarks about addressing an emergent need that you see in food deserts, and then coming to how these food deserts aren't just institutionally and systemically created, right, but that they're perpetuated because of a lack of environmental education and awareness, right? I'd love to turn to Isaiah and maybe reflect with us some of the work you're doing in environmental education and creating content around this issue and how that's able to help us as youth lift our voices into this space.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that as a social media content creator at first, right, a lot of young people are learning about climate related issues through old media, social media, and TVs and films. And so there's been a demand for a lot of young people that wanting to learn about that. Through an individual lens on like my own platform, I kind of, it took me 18, 19 years to learn about the term food desert. And as someone who grew up in poverty in Los Angeles and recognizing why is there so much meat and dairy whenever I go to the food banks? Why is it that poor people are deprived from such resources, and why do we continue to be drained from ecological wealth? I tried to educate to create these series of posts of understanding our global food system, because the reality is that when students look at a textbook, let's say that looks at, looking at our food system, and they see 5-8 pages that look the same in design, in black and bold text, it doesn't really make sense to them. How does it relate to their community? And so what I do is 50% personal, 50% research. So I love to give the science and facts, of course, and the other 50% my personal story. And that's what really brings people into the conversation. As through the institutional level, I work a lot with a nonprofit called Support and Feed. It's ran by Billie Eilish's mom's organization. And what we do there is we work with peer-to-peer education models to create food system dialogue. So what that means is that we work with local educators from different public schools to create this curriculum about food justice and environmental justice. And the reason why this is so important is that through the institutional level, critical race theory has been slammed by several political groups as seen as divisive. And so if we're not able to kind of push environmentally justice education, because that's going to be seen as a political thing every time you bring race into it, we have to think about different forms in which nonprofits and content creators can come in as some experts and working with those community leaders who are also experts to build this curriculum, because what we want to do is actually give power to the students rather than saying, well, we have to wait for the institution to change, when we all know that those institutions take forever to change.
Really powerful remarks, Isaiah. I think in thinking about how we communicate about environmental injustice, one part of it is like working with new media landscapes and ensuring that we have different ways of communicating, but then this other piece of like storytelling, right? And the power of storytelling that emerges is like a really powerful tool that we can use within our own respective nonprofits as we think about how we continue to champion this work moving forward and engage youth, right? If we feel like our messages aren't necessarily being heard, how much are we already working with youth storytellers? How much are we empowering them to have that voice in not only their own spaces, but bringing them into these systems and structures? I know we're really excited for this conversation also because we have Lena from WHO, and then Lhasa also from 50 by 40, but also from a coalition of action that was created as part of the Food Systems Summit, which was this part of like the UN's endeavor to try to create a more forward-thinking way of how we create better food systems for the future, right? So I'd love to turn it over to Megan to maybe reflect with us as a young person working in this space, working with food deserts, working with urban gardens, like what are some of the priorities that you feel that these global institutions, as they think and design future food systems, should prioritize for youth to ensure that we're really working in this whole society approach?
Yeah, I think that's a, very multi-parted question that there's a lot to get into, right? But like one of the main things that I think we focus on through our work is just that when you enter a lot of these communities, I feel like right now the topic of like climate change is everywhere, right? But you're still going into a lot of the cities that we're working in, and youth have never even had the experience of like learning about where their food comes from, how can they do it themselves. The environmental education piece in many cases is really just not there. So one of the things that we really want to ensure is that this becomes a very like globalized effort, that there is this education piece right at the forefront, and that youth are actually able to, from a very young age, learn about the importance of growing their own food, and more so the importance of healthy food, both for themselves and also for the larger planet. And so we really want to just continuously kind of like get youth involved in that way and ensure that that conversation is like something that's continued to be had.
I definitely relate with climate change being a very large topic, but then making sure that we are pushing food systems and thinking at least as a first step from youth to see where our food comes from, right? And start that conversation of, okay, how is it being grown? How are we consuming it? And how is that relating to the climate crisis and these larger issues that are being more mainstream in our societies? So I think that's extremely important, that we are, and I really appreciate the tangible action as well, like young people being able to do that in their communities. And I think we'll pass Sareem, if you could just talk a little bit more. We have Sareem Raza here from Act for Food, Act for Change. If you could talk a little bit more about the actions for food as well as the Global Pledge and what we're doing there.
Hello. Apologies for being late. New York subway is not the best. So I'm Sarim. I'm originally from Pakistan. I'm the youth leader for Act for Food, Act for Change. Act for Food, Act for Change is a global youth-led movement working to transform the food systems globally. So for the campaign, we have two sides to it. So one is an advocacy-led campaign. So what we're doing is that we have 10 actions for change that we have highlighted on a global level. And we're advocating for policy changes in regard to these actions for change on a global level and also on a national level. So that's the advocacy part. But one of the things that we have started doing from this year also is that we started working on micro projects. So the idea for Act for Food, Act for Change is that you take a global change movement and translate it for local ecosystems. Hence, our youth leaders that are placed throughout the world are working in their countries to work on micro solutions that can be scaled on a macro level. So that is something that these are the two sides to the campaign, to speak broadly. It's a very democratic movement also. For the Act for Food, Act for Change pledge, we had that for the last year or so, where we were actually, originally we had 17 actions for change that we had shortlisted. And then we had a global voting on what actions for change should be the global priority. And the people had spoken, and we had shortlisted the 10 actions for change that we're currently advocating for on a global level. So that's a bit.
Thank you, Sareem, and thank you for highlighting also that it's moving into that action piece, because while it's interesting, this came out of the UN Food Systems Summit process as well. The Global Pledge with over 160,000 now young people signing on to say we are taking action on food systems, and we also need policymakers, global decision makers, businesses to act with us. But now we're not only saying that and signing on to that, but also moving on to have that support for action in our communities and in our countries and our local cities. And I think that's really exciting. And I'm excited to continue the conversation about the priorities that are highlighted, such as in the actions for change, and also from you, Isaiah, what priorities do you want to bring forward in terms of this is what we need to see in food systems? We are doing the work, but this is how we need support and further action. So I'd love to hear that from you as well.
Yeah, I think from more maybe for the for-profit corporation, there needs to be more of a DEI component. The food and tech industry, right? Whether you look at the plant-based businesses, cellular agriculture, there is this increase of investment that's happening. However, that's not happening actually equitably to those communities, right? Like, how are they working locally with those communities to get them hired? Like, is there a way in which these food tech companies can collaborate with local governments in their cities to ensure that a certain amount of percentage of those people that they're going to be in those areas are going to be employed by them? And so I think for me, like, DEI is such an important aspect, because when you look into these food and tech industries, they're not diverse. They're not people who look like you. They're not people who actually come from these communities that were deprived from resources. So when they're trying to communicate about food deserts or like food equity, food justice, what does that mean, right? You cannot talk about having sustainable food without talking about food justice historically represented. And then through, I guess, through a nonprofit lens, I would love to really see this idea of like actually multi-collaboration and the need for solutions-based journalism. This really great scholar that I've been working with, Ellen Kelsey, argues the fact that there needs to be more evidence-based hope for a lot of younger people that are learning about these curriculums. What happens is that we're very good at problem identifying in the climate crisis. Like, I think everyone knows, majority, and a lot of young people know this, that there is a lot of climate change problems happening, but a lot lot of people don't know about those local solutions that are happening on the ground. Like, for example, like this wonderful org right here. Like, these are things where a lot of people, if they get to know about local issues and local solutions that are happening, that also helps them navigate and give them power to understand that they can navigate through this crisis together, rather than learning through these global context issues and just being like, okay, well, how does this wildfire relate to my environment? Like, what's going to happen? And so when I've worked with a lot of children and they tell me about these climate disasters that they've already experienced, I tell them, like, what are the local solutions that are happening? And a lot of them obviously sometimes don't know. And so how are we implementing these types of solutions for young people to learn about how they can change the food system through this local level? And this is where nonprofits come in through the collaboration wise.
Can I speak one more thing about, I also just want to add, because before I talked a lot about like the youth side of it as well, but also these past 2 years I've had the opportunity to work on a variety of different farms in a lot of different climates, and like from a farming standpoint as well, like how do we move from a lot of these industrial agriculture, monoculture kind of large farms, how do we better support smaller farmers and a lot of people that are bringing food to like these communities that otherwise through kind of large industrial ag are not really able to have access to healthy food, right? So like a lot of these sustainable farming practices that we need to implement into these larger ag systems, whether it be cover cropping or no-tilling or other methods, organic farming, but how do we also move our efforts from just supporting these large industries into a lot of these smaller farmers that are doing really incredible work. And so, on my university, I've also had the opportunity to work on the farm there and just see the impact that, even for the students on campus, but just the impact it can have on the local community of growing all this healthy, fresh food in a way that's not depleting the soil, not depleting the earth. And so I really want to move towards like more of those efforts as well.
That's beautiful. Sareem, do you want to jump in?
So I'll just add on to the point of smallholder farmers. So one of the things that I think, so back in Pakistan, I'm a co-founder of a startup known as Mavesh-e-Mandi. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to revolutionize, revolutionize the livestock supply chain in Pakistan by empowering smallholder farmers to sell directly to consumers, hence removing the middlemen operating in these supply chains. So one of the things that, the livestock industry in general, the beef industry is very carbon intensive. And going forward, we need to reduce our carbon footprint for the livestock industry also. One of the things that's important to note is that a lot of smallholder farmers rely on the livestock industry to actually get their livelihoods. So if we're going towards green change, to put it shortly, we need to work towards policies that are relevant to the specific sector, keeping in mind the livelihoods that are attached to the sector also. So for example, if we make a drastic move towards a no beef policy, then there's a lot of smallholder farmers that are going to be affected by it. And these are the bottom of the pyramid families, because back in Pakistan, you don't need agriable land to actually have livestock, you just need land. So these are smallholder farmers that don't grow anything else. They just have land that's not agriable and they have livestock on it. So the point that I want to make is that's a contentious point also, is we need to tread carefully regarding it also, is that when talking about climate policies, we need to look at the financial side of it also. Who pays for what?
For sure. I really appreciate that, Sareem. And I'd love to have our other two panelists weigh in. But before that, right, reflecting on this idea of like, I think Isaiah's talked a little bit about how like, if we aren't mindful in how we implement policies, we're at risk of marginalizing communities even more, right? If there's no DEI inclusion, if there's not thought put into how we make these transformations, we could very much marginalize an entire community of people dependent on these industries, right? I think there's a general consensus amongst all of us that there's a need to transform, right? How we transform, what that transformation looks like. At the end of the day, I think we all have consensus too that it must be just and equitable, right? So I'd love to hear maybe Megan, Isaiah, your side. Is there anything you want to speak into the livestock industry transformation space? Recognizing also Lassa's here with us too. So anything we give into the space could also inspire some of his remarks in a bit as well in response to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think within the livestock space, and I love to say non-human animals, right, they're sentient beings, but I think one of the biggest issues right now that I'm learning in this industry is that in the future, there's not going to be enough land to, harvest meat, right? Like that's the thing that's been happening in the future of food tech conferences that I've been learning in, is that these agribusiness industries, the reason why they continue to exist is because it's profitable, right? If you look at the shareholders, the financial investment companies like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, right? They hold 1/3 of shares within agribusiness and fossil fuels, and agribusiness obviously operates closely with the fossil fuel industry. So I think for me, what I would love to see is actually this decentralization and the localization of systems. And this is where I feel that companies need to be aligned themselves with sovereignty-led movements, because if you're going to be reproducing monocultural mindsets, which is comes from Vandana Shiva, who is actually a very food sovereignty and seed activist. She talks about the importance about not displacing any more local knowledge. So in terms of actually understanding what this future of policies look like, if you're not going to be working with the farmers, the communities that have already been contaminated by these industries, and also looking at future generations and say, well, we value generational wealth over ecological wealth. Like, what does that mean for people who look like me and the future of children I have? So I really love to hope that one day these industries actually change their ways in which they're implementing policy, and also not hiring lobbyists, and to be able to decentralize our global food system. So thank you.
Yeah, I guess just like adding on to a lot of those points, obviously I think we all know around like CAFOs and things like that, just in terms of how unjust and inhumane, in terms of also just like land use, water use, greenhouse gas emissions, all of that kind of conversation. I guess something that I also think about a lot when it comes to this is just like the increase of kind of like plant-based products and this move towards like vegetarianism and veganism, and just how going back to like different communities, I think many people, don't necessarily want to support a lot of these like industrial ag and kind of like CAFOs, but pricing wise, a lot of these other like plant-based products are just not accessible to a lot of people, right? And so I think that's also a big conversation that needs to be had, also just in terms of how can we make turning vegetarian, turning vegan something that is more accessible and something that more people can get involved in. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to be eating like, these man-made plant-based products that could tend to be very expensive.
Thank you so much for your comments. And I'm glad that we were able to take a little bit of a deeper dive into one of the topics as well. And I think that connects well to kind of what we've been seeing also from the UN Food Systems Summit process, that we're connecting to one of the largest youth priorities, especially as we were going into the pre-summit process and then the summit last year, was that we must have access to healthy and sustainable diets. So going back to, we are in the youth priorities really acknowledging that we have this issue in the livestock industry, right? It's carbon intensive. And then we also have a large youth movement and youth interest, especially from the youngest generation, in shifting to more vegetarian, vegan diets. But how do we do that? How do we change the production and consumption side so that we're thinking about diversity and inclusion, and we're thinking about different communities, and we're not leaving anyone behind? And I think that really leads us well into the respondents and going into the other section.
Yeah, definitely. So I'd love to invite our 3 youth speakers now to take the first 3 seats. Invite Lhasa up here with us and Lena on screen with us as well. And we'll transition to the second part of our panel, which is really, now that we've heard some of these youth solutions and priorities, we'd love to invite Lhasa and Lena to give us some reflections from their side. So if we can please. So yeah, that seat's all yours. Love it. So Pinghao, if you can help me bring Lena up on screen as well. And so maybe I'll start with Lena. Hearing all of these different conversations that have taken place from youth who are really at the forefront working in these food system spaces. We've talked about livelihood. We've talked about the risk of, as we transform food systems, that they are at risk of being captured and put in a way that isn't equitable, right? We've talked about how food is deeply linked to poverty, and in trying to solve our poverty issues, we might run into like sustainability issues as well. I'd love to hear from your perspective as the Food Systems Coordination Hub, some of the emergent ways that you've been seeing youth working in these spaces that have been beneficial and helpful to transforming the food systems, and responding to some of the solutions that have been shared by our youth panelists so far.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well. so definitely there is importance there. Looking at food systems are a large employer of young people. And then also, if, again, pragmatically, if we don't include youth, there could be really a large portion of young people that are unemployed. And so there could be really, I would say, upheaval and like unrest that is created. So these are like pragmatic reasons, but more other reasons that are more close to my heart is that definitely it's a human rights issue, and it's amazing that we now also through the Food Systems Summit we have young people really engaged in food systems transformation, whether it's at the global level or whether it's at the local level. So that is just a question of human rights, that we have young people engaged, and also a question of agency, because young people must be recognized in their role as an active participant in food systems change. And we see that with the panel that you have, the young people that are really not just talking but really doing stuff. I think that's also something that is very important to understand. And another point that I really like, and again this event and this whole week is proof of it, is that the energy and the focus and the inventiveness and the can-do behavior that young people have. And also, I would say, the unpollutedness of young people, of being still, I would say, more devoid of political games. Whereas the older one gets, the more you see politics and career things coming into. And so the power of we is still so important with young people than the power of I and me. And I think that is something you need to cherish, and you need to keep, and you need to kind of convince others to also keep it. What I heard from the dialogue also here from Megan and Isaias and our colleague from Act for Food, Act for Change, is first of all, like with Megan, is that you can start small. It's not meaningless, because you see that now that she's like evolving into having chapters in more than 40 cities or countries. I mean, so that is something that should not discourage you. And on the contrary, you learn by starting small, you're closer to the people, and then you can bring that knowledge and expand. So that's one thing that I really liked. Then also what Isaias is mentioning about educating the young. You know, at one point, there are the politicians and decision makers that are neglecting the younger generations in policy making. But on the other hand, in schools all over the world, there is a real fight for young people's mind. I mean, designing a curriculum is really, really key, because you actually design young people's mind. Whether it's about talking about racism, colonialism or not, or talking about food, if it's in the curriculum, people will learn about it through the school system, which is key. So there is a kind of a contradiction in one side, neglecting young people, but on the other hand, there's a big fight going on young people's mind. So we know that young people are important, and decision makers know that young people are important for them. And then the last thing I want to say before I hand over to my friend Lasse is that a lot of the discussion was about making connections, whether it's between connecting the environmental groups with health groups, whether it's connecting global activism with very local activism, whether it's connecting awareness raising with policy making. There also it's really important, because you can't just do awareness Awesome.
1 second first, Lena. I just want to thank you for being here with us, and it's really amazing that we have these two champions of youth engagement who have supported us for a long time, including throughout the Food System Summit process. And I appreciate Lena also mentioning the summit, because I think that's a great example of not only bringing young people together on food systems, but also having youth in the leadership, such as vice chairs of each of the action tracks, and showing that we can design sustainable food systems together. And I think another key element was that breaking down of silos that we exemplify through youth work, where we have people from the health side, from the production side, from consumption, from climate change, nutrition, all coming together on food. And lastly, I'm really excited to hear more from you, your reflections on the youth solutions and priorities that have been raised already, and the importance of youth engagement in our food systems.
Great. Thank you so much for having me today. Hi, Lena. Nice to see you. First of all, I'm a little bit offended. I'm up here now that I'm not part of the youth panel, but what can you do? That's how it goes. We all go that way. Jokes aside, to be frank, and I'm not just saying this, like meeting young people like you today, and of course the two of you, makes me sleep better at night, because there has been a change. And I would say the last 10 years particularly has created a change. Youth engagement used to be very much about, kind of like glorifying politicians and going around the curtails of power holders and trying to do something, handing out pamphlets on a Saturday afternoon and yelling at the top of your lungs, because those were the things you could do. And I'm talking about like in places with democracy. I'm not even talking about places where there still aren't democracies. I'll get back to that. So things have changed a lot, particularly the last 10 years, because of like the internet and access to dialogues and conversations, and also connecting young people across the world and doing peer-to-peer learnings. And I think one of the places I want to start is when you look at what young people can do, I think it would be interesting to start looking at what is multilateralism, trying to redefine that. Because still to this day, like just look at the negotiations this week here, multilateralism is about governments getting together and making decisions on behalf of the whole world. With the power and the access you have today as young people, I think there's so many more interesting venues that could be explored. One would be, for instance, to take 3 of the key power holders, which would be business holders or financiers, those who are producing the food, and speaking about food and climate particularly, and those who are consuming the food, consumers. Because right now, a lot of the way that is the setup infrastructure for food production is based on old systems, old infrastructures, whereas you're seeing the nascent young farmers coming out, the young entrepreneurs coming out, and of course we're all consumers, but I'm not seeing a lot of collaboration there. How amazing would it be if you had a big group of young investors, like under 30 investors from around the world, started collaborating with young farmers, literally around the world, and including consumers and consumer bodies run by young people, and talking about how can we kind of like not derail, but override or go under the existing food system and start producing food for ourselves, funded by ourselves, produced by ourselves, not having to buy into all systems that is based on extraction, working against nature, and so forth. So that would be one thing. The other thing would be around equitable food distribution. For instance, there is no global equitable food distribution right now, unfortunately, particularly when it comes to livestock issues. And the thing I wanted to mention here is the importance of not looking to technical solutions and quick solutions, as often happens, which was also discussed at the UN Food System Summit, but also always looking at the holistic approach, hence the conference here today. And I want to make an important point here, and I think that it particularly applies to young people and the projects you do with urban farming and how you engage with smallholders in countries like Pakistan, for instance, is that when you are engaging with livestock farmers and trying to change them, of course you need systems in place, just livestock transition, to make sure things are done in equitable and fair manner, that it takes multilateral issues into to consideration, global majority versus global north, income and so forth. But more importantly, I think in terms of solutions, even if we, and that's your point about the emissions from beef, even if we in the next 5 to 10 years were to make all meat zero emissions, that still wouldn't solve the problem, because the way we consume today is a continuation of colonialism. That's the way the food system is set up. So the problem is that those in the global north, us, we have to give to ensure there's going to be equitable food distribution. So food production and food consumption is a social justice issue. And we need to move away from those conversations about technical solutions, because it is, once again, we want to have our cake and eat it too, and we cannot do that. We need to look at ways of cutting down not just the emissions, but what we eat and how we eat it and why we eat it, to make sure we have equitable food distribution. And the point I want to make there is that I think young people have a very strong role to play in that, because you can, as I mentioned before, start bypassing some of the original structures and finding new ways of collaborating that essentially makes a lot of the old-fashioned commodity and food production systems obsolete over time.
Beautiful reflections, Lasse, and Lena as well. I think the power of we is really bleeding through this conversation, right? It's about how we as youth can really utilize the people power that exists. And I remember we had a conversation in 2018 at the UN about redefining multilateralism to have it be people-centered multilateralism, right? To have the source of our decision-making come from the will of the people, and like what does that truly represent versus like being in these insular spaces where decision-making is made by very few and whose interests are truly at heart with that, right? And I love that we're lifting up conversations around equity and really how in trying to create these transformations, we have to be careful that we're not repeating extractive patterns of colonialism and that we risk recreating the cycle, right? And then it's really about discovering these fresh new ways that were once known to us, right? And we must rediscover them again and stay away from these extractive ways of being and find these new ways to transform. And so recognizing that both Lasse, you and Lena come from like the United Nations food system space, we'd love to hear some of the ways that you're engaging with youth in your work after like hearing all these wonderful reflections, right? Like how can we as youth count on you to continue to champion us, recognizing all the wonderful work you're already doing with us? Like would love for you to share with our audience how your respective entities are championing youth work. And maybe I'll start with Lena first and then pass it over to Lasse. Lena.
Oh, hold on. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am currently, I am a staff of the World Health Organization, but I'm seconded to the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub. And I really want to emphasize that it's not Food Systems Summit Coordination Hub, it's Food Systems Coordination Hub. The summit is done. Now we come to the real work, and that's one of the things that as a hub we try to coordinate and facilitate. Again, I use the word connection. We try and hope to help in connecting different groups and stakeholders with the countries that, like for now, 117 countries have developed their food systems transformation pathways, and we really want to focus on, it's about implementation now, trying to help countries implement in this current situation of cost of living crisis and still the pandemic going on, to help countries in implementing the food systems transformation. And you probably know that there is this ecosystem of support, including coalitions, and Lasse is leading one of those coalitions. And we try to connect, for example, these coalitions with the country national conveners that were identified and established. So we also did a survey in checking whether youth are represented in these coalitions that are multi-stakeholder, and we have like about 27 active coalitions. 9 of those coalitions have youth represented, first year in this stakeholder engagement group. And that stakeholder engagement group should help us, the hub, advise us on what we are doing well, what is missing, what are critical gaps that we should address, how is the work going at the country level, are youth engaging in the implementation of national pathways at the local and national level, how can we help? So we hope to establish an inclusive and transparent dialogue with the youth constituency through that group. And then finally, what we're also doing is that we have monthly meetings with the national conveners around specific topics. We've already had a number, like one on climate change, another on finance, another with the coalitions. The next, on the 28th, there is another one on working with private sector around finance. So I would be open to discuss with young people to also organize a dialogue with the conveners about youth engagement. I mean, we're open to that, and I invite you to think this through with us. This would be sessions in the morning and in the afternoon, translated in all languages, to kind of discuss with national conveners, like, what are youth expecting, what can youth offer, and are you engaging youth, and maybe provide some good examples of countries where youth are really active. Because again, as Lasse said, in some countries this might work very well, but in other countries it might also not work very well and be very controlled by certain powers. So I'm open to that, and I invite you to contact me to work so that we could organize a dialogue with conveners and youth. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Lena, and thank you for providing concrete actions that are being undertaken currently that young people can connect to and also look to. I think that's very helpful framing, as well as your suggestions for collaboration and next steps. That's exactly what we hope from for a discourse like this, that we have these examples that we can look to and also think critically on, right? You mentioned that some of the coalitions, but not all, have youth representation. So how can we get to that point where all of them have not only representation of youth, but also young people in the co-creation and co-leadership of these coalitions moving forward, and make sure that young people are having the opportunity to connect with the national conveners? I think that's an amazing next step for us, and thank you so much for sharing and being open to creating more with us as well. Lasse, I'm excited to hear from you what you are doing through the Coalition of Action on Shifting to Healthy, Humane, and Equitable Livestock Systems to bring forward the youth priorities and youth engagement, as well as 350 by 40.
Yeah, thank you so much. And first of all, I want to say I completely agree with Lena. I'm very happy she's leading that piece of work, because it's so crucial, bringing all the work of the different coalitions together. And then I also wanted to say one overarching thing, not just for what I do, but what we do, is to move beyond tokenism when it comes to young people. Because for many years, we've seen way too many times there are assemblies like the one this week, where there's a session where a few young people come on stage and say something, and it's great. But often I've seen that people are making this statement, then afterwards there's kind of like this notion, okay, let's get back to business as usual. Let's continue with the show. That was nice. Thank you. Oh my God, you have so great ideas. Like, you're so inspirational, but let's get back to what we need to do here. And that is at best offensive and at worst very unstrategic, because you are alienating the future leaders of this world. So I always found it not just rude and offensive and bad, really, but rather as a very unstrategic move. So we need to move away from that. And I think the work now in the hub coming out that Lena's leading, an individual coalition, has the opportunity to do that. So let me start by saying, in the coalition I'm co-leading with Compassionate World Farming, we're not doing enough yet. Let me just be honest and say that. But what we really want to do is to see how we can extend the youth leadership, not just for people like in this room who already have access and already are engaging, but also very much in those countries where some of the biggest changes are going to be, both in the high consumption countries like here, like where youth consumers groups, producers, youth farmers can engage, but also very much in low income countries, least developed countries particularly, where a lot of the changes will affect how people produce food as well. If we go back to the example of smallholders in Pakistan or in other countries, there's a strong need to empower those people and help them to, in many cases, continue with what they're doing, but give them the tools and the means to do it well on their conditions in their countries, as opposed to coming back to the colonialism imposing systems that in the global north things works. And in doing that, it's so important to find ways that also works across equitable food distribution again. And that's where the youth engagement really comes in, because a lot of the farmers in least developed countries, the vast majority of farmers globally, period, are young female farmers. And, I often think there is a disconnect between what's happening at a UN level or at a national level, even at a subnational level, to what happens with farmers on the ground. And a lot of young people have much more engagement and access to and dialogues with these young farmers on the ground. And I think particularly for our coalition, it would be really interesting to work much more with young people and, for instance, set up chapters in a series of countries where youth groups can work with young farmers, and for them to come back to us and tell us what we need to do to make things better. And I think, generally speaking, also as an overarching thing, we need to move away from seeing young people as something we have to involve because it's a nice thing to do, but also because it is essential to get your knowledge and your skills. I read recently about this new phenomenon that you should get mentors that are younger than yourself. And I really like that because, I can learn a lot from you, as you hopefully can learn something from me as well.
That's beautiful, Lassa. And I think the spirit of mentorship, it's always the mutuality, right? Like in giving, we receive, definitely. And there's something to be learned. I love this conversation so far. Thank you to you both for sharing your expertise. I think as we think about moving beyond tokenism, there are very strategic and concrete ways that you've both proposed how youth who are working in food systems can get involved with both of you. And we'd love to see that continue as a trend throughout the rest of the coalitions of action. So whenever you have the opportunity to continue to champion our active engagement, we would always wholeheartedly welcome that. So we're now at the part of the panel where it's our favorite part. I'm gonna invite all of our speakers back here. We're gonna have some Q&A. There's been so much wonderful conversation, and I think just overall, we've been learning so much together, and I'd love to hold space for our audience to ask. We have audience online that have been asking us questions, and I see maybe we have some questions in the room as well. So I'll start in the room, and I'd like to invite our panelists up here, and then together we'll just continue this conversation, and then as we kick off after the first question, we have one question from online, and then I'll pass it back to Lana to help the conversation continue.
Hi there. My name is Emma Schaefer. I am an intern with the Religious of the Sacred Heart of Mary. And during the conversation, lots of topics regarding cooperation with business was brought up. And just from personal passions, I've really found that workplace unionizing can help with that and kind of helping facilitate the cooperation. So I was wondering if anybody could speak further on the importance of unionizing toward achieving these climate goals that we have.
Awesome, thanks so much. Do we have any other questions from the floor? We'll take 3 and then go.
Hi, my name is Janet Palafox. I'm the UN NGO representative to the UN for my Institute of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Thank you so much for all the information you've given me, especially of what's happening in relation to solutions for food sustainability. Just two questions I have is one is, the issue really of, and I'm glad you raised it, of agribusiness and how, I've been trying to change my diet, but then, you hear about soy and the way the Amazon's affected because the farm's been changed, or almonds and how water intensive it is. So 2 things about education, but also wanting to know too, if in your coalition, you're also speaking to the media, advertising and marketing, because they affect a lot, as we know, of how consumers think about food and everything else. So that's my question. And also there's quite a number of young people who are actually in these industries.
Thanks so much. And so first question from online, and then I'll pass it back to Lana, is just recognizing that food systems transformation is such an important conversation, and we can see these deep ties to the climate movement. Oftentimes, we're seeing that the general youth advocacy space overlooks food systems transformation as a key solution. And so we'd love to hear perhaps why is it important for you to integrate food systems into your own advocacy, and what actions can we take to help strengthen the overall youth advocacy movement related to food systems transformation, whether that's education or direct action. Over to you.
I think I'll try to suggest on the first question. I know that, you know, the origins of unionizing and within the environmental movement, coal miners, we can learn a lot. A lot of people love to hate on Virginia, but like, oh, well, they're all conservative over there. But the truth is, like, there was a lot of grassroots movements that have started and still continue to exist there that we can learn from what they did in order to demand change. And I think this is where environmental justice should be embedded within these climate policies, is like for these for-profit corporations, in which I do with DEI work, and I add the justice component, is actually asking and finding out what are the protocols and policies that are in practice in case an org is trying to unionize. And I think within the plant-based industry, I've talked to a lot of certain businesses that have unionized, and that's an ongoing battle legally. And yeah, it does take actually collaboration with, you know, as a content creator myself, like I do have this large platform. I don't want to just amplify businesses and be like, just because they're plant-based means that they're sustainable, right? What about the people that literally are getting screwed over by the supply chain? And so I think one of the tactics that I've learned, and this is because I have the privilege to produce independent media, not someone that has a sponsor to threaten to take over my funding, is actually to blast these brands online and be like, if you're not going to have a conversation offline with me, then I'm going to bring it online to my community. And so I think that when you're trying to kind of think of this more institutional framework, I think this is where I kind of struggle with it constantly, because a lot of people don't want to get into these conversations because they're feared that they're going to get sued by their companies. Or, you know, as a content creator myself, am I able to legally defend myself against a large corporation? No. Have they attempted to like say things about me? Yes, of course. And that is scary. But I think that when you talk to unions and organizations, you realize that you're more protected by the law as a citizen and community. So I think for me, I try to empower the employees always to tell them to share about these things and to challenge people in these sessions when we have the privilege and time to do so. But, you know, I think this isn't to answer your question, but I do think there's a lot of tactics and strategies that were used for coal miners to help succeed that liberation on their end. Yet they're constantly fighting. So I do think to reference movements in history is always important.
Megan, maybe I could pass to you, since you mentioned young people shifting to more vegetarian, vegan diets, and then there's been some questions about shifting the diet in terms of looking at the Amazon rainforest is still being impacted by soy and things like that, as well as looking to the diets piece in terms of the climate movement. So if you want to address those.
Is this, yeah, okay, it's working. Yeah, I'd love to kind of answer almost like question 2 and 3 a little bit together, but I guess first to start to answer your question, yeah, there's a lot that even when it doesn't come to like meat production, right, just in terms of whether it's like almonds, rice, like a lot of these key crops that still are not being grown in necessarily an environmentally friendly way. So I think that's a really needed conversation, that just because you're, you know, eating a vegetarian vegan diet doesn't mean you're having no impact on the planet. There's still a lot that needs to be done around a lot of these like large industrial agricultural companies. But I will say, like, you know, obviously looking at percentages and in part of when it goes to like meat production versus a lot of these other crops, right? Like there is a much larger environmental impact when it comes to still supporting, I guess, a lot of those companies. So that's one piece of it. And then I think to almost kind of answer the third question as well, just in terms of having this like food justice, food advocacy piece be left out of the conversation a lot, I think is something that's really important to address, because food is something that all of us are eating every single day, right? So it impacts every single one of us a lot. And so for a lot of these conversations, oftentimes, people are thinking of transportation, energy, et cetera, and not this food piece. I think it's a conversation that needs to be had at a much larger scale, and it's one that is not necessarily just the environmental impact of food, but it's also a workers' rights problem as well. It's an environmental justice piece. And so ways that you can really get involved with that, if you're really wanting to, is just by starting small. And I think that's a piece that's been emphasized and again in this conversation today, but supporting your local kind of like food system, supporting local farmers. A lot of these like small, sustainable organic farms are not necessary or not at all being supported the amount that they really need to in order to be sustainable and continue doing their work. And having the chance to work on just like a small organic farm in California last summer, just like learning about the number of difficulties that they're often struggling with, both in terms of, paying the workers that are working at the farm, also continuing to like follow these organic standards and not necessarily getting any support or compensation over that. So I think that's a big component that we need to address is like, if you want to support this, then also putting your money into supporting a lot of those smaller farms, and then just doing it yourself. So like growing your own food, educating your community and your peers about a lot of what's happening, I think are other really critical ways of getting involved.
Seems like some of what we're hearing is that it's holistic and not just one solution, but all of these different approaches coming together. And Sarim, I'd love to also pass to you around the issue of young people are in these agribusiness industries, right, that are some of the issue, but then we're also seeing like how the young people are impacted at being there, and then also youth movements, outside of just the youth climate movement, but youth in general. Food is maybe not one of the first things that you think of as a youth demand, and how do we kind of, as young people passionate about food and working on that, how do we tackle that?
Thank you, Lana. So I think that, being an agri-entrepreneur, there's like this general risk of being an entrepreneur in itself. So I think we need to create access to capital and create access to opportunities that actually reduce the risk for agri-entrepreneurs that want to go and start their own businesses. And we also, when you talk about youth engagement, so there's always an opportunity cost of time. So when youth youth are generally defined from 18 to 30 years, so that's like the prime age for actually investing in your career also. So if you're taking opportunities that are volunteer, then you have opportunity cost of time. So we need to have an incentive system that actually makes it an even balance. So that's, I think, one of the things that's missing for youth engagement right now in general is having a right incentive structure so that the tokenistic involvement goes away and we have meaningful engagement, and treat this as something that benefits the market also. And if I may, I will just have a hit at the questions also. So the first one, for labor unions, I feel that they have a lot of power, but I feel that food systems in generally, the supply chains are very fragmented. And one of the things that happens is that there's a lot of outsourcing and contractual based work also. So if your labor unions are not actually reaching, for example, smallholder farmers, then their power is also marginalized. Their power is not going to achieve the impact that it's meant to be. So if you want to have the right power of labor unions, we need to have regulation in place so that outsourcing and contractual work reduces, and then increase the power of labor unions so that we can impact the market in the right way. For the education part and for how a lot of the food is not sustainably produced, I think, so there's always one way of going about it through an education lens, but that's a long-term investment, so that's going to take time. To bypass that, we can have a regulatory point of view also. But one of the things that I will re-emphasize again is that, so we live in a capitalist market, everything is a commodity, and if we start working, intervening in every point of the market, we might go towards market failure, and that's something that we have seen in Sri Lanka also with regenerative agriculture. So I think we need to be wary of how we want to intervene and where we want to intervene.
Thank you so much, Sarim. And I just want to point out, I think youth tokenization is something that has been raised multiple times, and I want to get back to that. But first, I want to pass to Linan Alase for a question about the Food System Summit that we've been talking about. We're reaching 1 year this month since the summit happened. And I'd love to hear from you if the momentum of these national food systems pathways have been what we want it to be. And also, what can civil society do to strengthen the implementation, and what can youth do to strengthen this implementation of the national pathways from our side? So maybe I'll pass to Lena first.
Wow, that's a big question. Yes, we're 1 year since the Food Systems Summit, and I mean, the Food Systems Summit, before then, there were already actions and there was already talk about food systems transformation. I mean, it didn't just happen with the Food Systems Summit, but I think there are important gains that have been acquired through the Food Systems Summit, which is this really global attention to the need for food systems transformation. At the same time, the sad opportunities of COVID and also the extreme weather events now really make people realize increasingly that we really need food systems transformation, and we need it now. So in that sense, I think with the established accountability also, I mean, there have been commitments made through these member states that said, okay, we want to transform our food systems, we want to do A, B, C. We need to hold them accountable. They have engaged in this, and I think also with the help from the UN at the highest level, there's really big interest in seeing this and following up on the Food Systems Summit and these engagements. I think definitely something has changed and is changing. Now, the current crisis, is this going to divert resources from food systems transformation towards like short-termism like solutions that we see in some countries, where suddenly people that are using fuel stoves get support and financial support, or coal mines are opening up? Is this what we want, or can we be clever like some countries are in marrying the two, providing short-term solutions, and at the same time build already on the long-term change that we need to have? And I think again that youth have an important voice there to highlight this to decision makers, to not just look at their like voters and say, oh, we'll hand out some subsidies for now and so that I can make sure that I'm re-elected. No, the long-term solutions need to be there as well. But I'm hopeful, and if someone would ask me, oh, would you do it again to have a food system summit? I would say yes, and definitely the fact that youth were there and that their number one ask was to have access for everyone to healthy and sustainable diets is like amazing, and we need to build on that. Just one remark also with the previous questions is that to be just careful to not ensure that we just focus on these individual responsibility of, oh, I have to change, I have to become vegan, I have to become a vegetarian. These are good things, but beware that some big private sector actors really use that to not focus on policy change that we need to have. So yes, we need to change all collectively, but we also need to see that change through the policies. And that is also very important, for example, for WHO that I'm working, to have these progressive policies, they are really needed. And lastly, on the case of unions, I just want to highlight that there is a coalition on decent work and living income and wages coalition that is led by CARE, IFAD, and the ILO, that can also deal with this like right to unionize, to give more power to food workers. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Lena. And part of why I'm proud to also be part of Act for Food, Act for Change is because we're taking that individual action. Individual action is critical, including in food systems, in climate action, but we also need systemic action, and that's what we're all working on. Lasse, I'm excited to hear your reflections also on the 1 year since the Food Systems Summit, especially as a civil society lead. Are we where we need to be? What can we do?
We're not where we need to be, and I cannot believe it's been a year. I mean, we used to see each other like 3 times a week on Zoom for almost a year, all those meetings. I think one thing that was a bit problematic with the UN Food Systems Summit was managing expectations, because a lot of people thought that was the summit is going to change everything, and from there on end, there'd be great multilateral collaboration, and we would be on a path to solutions. That's definitely not the case. This was like a moment to start and to enable proper collaboration. And the thing is that it's a little bit like the Paris Accord. The Paris Accord was a multilateral global agreement, but all the change and all the policy implementation happens at a national level. And the Food System Summit is kind of the same. So what comes out of it now with the coalitions, although they're multilateral and working across consumers and farmers and interest groups and stakeholders and money men and so forth, all of that is to enable transformations at a national and sometimes at a subnational level, like municipality procurement policies and so forth. So where are we now? I think we're in a pretty good place, looking away from the managed expectations on where we would be. But we're in a pretty good place because we have a lot of coalitions, and I think Lena might agree with me. Are all the coalitions going to go on in perpetuity? Are they going to survive? I'm not sure. I think a lot of them will, slowly die off, and those who have the most interest and support will continue. But I do think those coalition has the ability to start really and enable and continue really important conversations. So I'm very happy with that, and I think for the aspect of engaging young people, I think it's also a really good opportunity for them to come into the coalitions and have real power in making changes that eventually will trickle down to policy change at the ground level. One more thing to mention is that just on sorry also to go back on a previous question, the moderator's nightmare, but just I wanted to say about the shifting to different diets, which is a great thing, and I salute all the interesting things that have been happening in alternative protein in the last 5, 10, 15 years. But we cannot focus on that alone. And I think we also need to always talk about the amazing cuisines that do exist: traditional Chinese food, Ethiopian food, Indian food, Pakistani food, which has a lot of amazing whole plant-based nutritional food that can be eaten. So we shouldn't be in a position where we start talking about using alternative meats or alternative dairy to replace everything on the planet, because that's not going to work either. And also, finally, not all alternatives are created equal. For instance, Impossible meats cannot be sold in Europe because it's based on soy that's produced with GMOs. So it's also about making the differentiations, and I think in the next 5 to 10 years we're going to see a huge market for organic alternatives and conventional and the less good ones.
I think that also goes back to going back to the roots, right? Like the before the colonization impacts, and especially in the global majority and across the world, most of diets were majority plant-based, local, all of these different things that we are talking about, just and equitable. And going back to that and really making sure that we are thinking critically and with nuance. But I'm really excited to get into this youth tokenization question. I think we've talked about it a little bit more for our non-youth panelists, and I'm excited to hear from our youth panelists your view on the situation that we are in with there is this large interest in having a youth speaker in many of these events this week, right? And especially from the youth climate movement. It's very glorified, we're seen as inspirational, so amazing, but then we don't see the action following through and the implementation and our priorities on the level that it needs to be. How can we use that interest in youth to move it past tokenization, to move it into action, to make sure that we are holding them accountable to what they're saying?
Yeah, I'd love to speak on this. I mean, I think this also I have, well, I guess first and foremost, like what I've seen a lot in just like the work that I've been able to do, right, is like we get, put into different like speaking positions or on different boards, etc. But then when it comes to the actual decision making, you still do not have any say. And I remember I was on a board before where I was like the only youth member and everybody else was probably at least 30, 40 years older than I was. And then when it came to voting, when it came to making any important decision for the organization, I still felt like I had no voice in it. So I think one component of it, of course, is actually bringing youth into like the decision-making process, right? Versus just having youth support the work or, be shown when it's the face of what they're doing versus like what the day-to-day decisions of the organization are. I think another component is just to get more youth involved from the front line, right? So it's like not necessarily just having the same youth speakers over and over speaking about the same things, but it's actually going to a lot of these frontline communities, asking youth who are really dealing with these climate change problems in the forefront and allowing their voices to be amplified, and a lot of this on the ground work to be shown more than just necessarily these like bigger conversations that are had a lot of the time. But I think, again, it goes to the conversation of a lot of localized efforts and also a lot of national globalized work that needs to be done. But I think a lot of these like smaller steps and changes do need to be highlighted a little bit more, right? So that people don't feel as overwhelmed when it comes to what can I do about a lot of what's happening. So those are a couple things I think in terms of youth involvement I want to see a little bit more.
Thank you so much, Megan. Isaiah, do you want to reflect next and any last calls to action?
I think for youth, it's so important for them to continuously be in these spaces. And, as someone who has, I've talked to grassroots activists that have expressed their concern over Climate Week New York City, of like them being like, why didn't they invite us? But they're flying out all these other activists from different states and different countries. And yet like my communities here in New York City are not being amplified. And as someone who has a platform and has the privilege of being an influencer, it's like, I also ask myself, like, the ways in which my team is also redistributing opportunities in which we want to be able to exit this space while also giving those resources to others. Because at the end of the day, like I do have a platform and I will always be invited to events, but I want to be sure that other people now have the voice because I've already developed my voice in this space. And so I think for a lot of young people, then it becomes this idea of individual competition of like, well, I deserve to speak more than you. And it becomes oppression Olympics amongst individuals. And that's something that, as someone who's 26, I'm not in the youth activist climate space anymore. I try to mentor my team that are in youth activists themselves and remind them, how do we build community and how do we be intentional when we're being in these spaces, right? Like it's not like we're trying to make ourselves feel guilty for being here, but we have to be mindful and conscious in who we're engaging with, who we're treating for dinner, right? Who we're giving our wealth to, because I think at the end of the day, many youth that are here today don't have the money to buy food or lunch or dinner. And you see these with high-level climate conferences. The same thing with COP26 and COP27. Like, a lot of young people don't have like $30, $40 to spend on a meal. And that's like traumatizing for someone to go to these conferences where they're included, right? But they're not paid for this. They're not paid for their flights. They're not given any resources to continue supporting them. So what does it mean for that in the long term? So I do think that, having these conversations actively will help us to be able to create a framework and more resources for young people to be supported throughout these times.
It does go back to the power of we and being a collective movement, and as well as there are steps we can take, right? Redistributing our opportunities, our resources, bringing people into the space, really pushing for action where we can, but we do need more than it's not a problem on our shoulders, right? That we are being tokenized. Sareem, your reflections as well.
So I think I'll follow up on the last comments. So I feel that, so if you want to see, by sector or by, so whenever we're looking at key areas, we need to see how much money is being spent on that key area. So for example, for youth engagement, how much money is being spent? And that's something that we don't talk about a lot. I don't think we have figures for that also, and also on a national or a sub-national level or an international level, how much are international organizations actually spending towards youth engagement? How much are countries spending towards youth engagement? Because the thing is that it's going to be a different kind of greenwashing if you're just giving youth opportunities to speak, but not actually investing in them. So I think one of the things that going forward we need to talk about more is that we need to walk the talk. That is, put the money where our mouth is. So that is investing in youth engagement. And I think that's very important also from a climate change perspective also. So there's a lot of conversations going about it on an international level. But the problem is finance. There's a conversation, but who pays for what? So I think that's a good question for youth engagement also. We need to spend more, and we need to look at it as an ROI that's going to pay off as well-engaged citizens in the future also. That's going to be a long-term ROI as compared to a fiscal project that you're going to undertake.
I love it. So thanks so much, Sareem. I think in terms of final closing thoughts as we close out this panel, would love to go down the panel and then over to Lena. Any final calls to action to both our audience here in person and then online as well? And maybe Sareem, if you want to build a little bit, or do you feel like you've called your actions?
So,
financing, money for the people.
So I will just follow up on that. So there have been massive floods in Pakistan recently, and almost 1/3 of the population is below water. I think going back to my previous point is that when you're talking about social mobilization movements, we need to be wary of who pays for what. We need to be realistic and pragmatic, and we need to talk about money because that's a difficult conversation, and that's where youth are not talking enough, and that is where I think the power element also lies. So I think that's going to be my call to action. Talk about money when you're talking about social well-being.
Love it. Megan.
Yeah, I think just kind of emphasizing a lot of the different points I'd made previously. I think one of them is just continuing to support and invest a lot of this on-the-ground work, especially a lot of this work that's led by young people, both in terms of like monetarily or, the media piece that you mentioned before, or just volunteering and getting involved. I think that's immensely helpful. And as someone who runs this organization, every volunteer that we get, I don't think people really realize how impactful that is to the work that we're doing as well. Also continuing that work in terms of supporting these, small kind of sustainable farms that are all across the country, all around the world, and kind of, that requires a lot of larger systems change, right? But one thing that we can all do to start is by just putting our money where our mouth is and supporting those, and hopefully implementing more policies long term that are actually, subsidizing and helping a lot of these other farms. But I'm really, really inspired by, I feel like, a lot of what's been said today, and even in terms of my own work and looking forward.
Thanks, Megan. Over to you, Lassa.
Yeah, I want to start by giving some hope. I think things are changing because the old-fashioned way of looking at things is slowly changing. I want to give a concrete example. Some of you might have seen that the Finnish Prime Minister recently got a lot of flack for a video where she was dancing. I don't know if you saw that. And she was dancing, right? And she's a very young prime minister. And imagine if she's been done dancing the waltz or the tango in a big ball dress. I'm sure she wouldn't have any problems. And I'm bringing that up because all the counter reactions to the flag she got demonstrates that there's a dying breed of older generations who want to cling on to a certain world perspective, and they're slowly being pushed to the side. So the attempts to hold on is the beginning to the end of making the shift you want to see. And my recommendation or my thoughts to you guys is anybody so-called young people, is to don't wait for opportunities, take the opportunities. Keep coming forward and saying, why are we not in part of this conversation? We need to be part of this conversation. And if you get into the conversation, don't think that you're just there as an observer or can say something that relates to youth only. You're there as an equal, and if things are not good enough, then say it's not good enough. Call us out and make sure that we are constantly being challenged in the way we do things.
Love it. Thanks, Lassa. Isaiah.
Yeah, the last thing I have to say is collaborate with multiple people, organizations, nonprofit institutions. As a content creator in this space, I've seen a lot of certain institutions or individuals not value the work that I do online, but then I realize, I don't really care. I don't need to value my work will be valued where it deserves to be, and I think that's okay. There's a difference between being disrespected versus not wanting to work with you, which is we can agree to disagree. But I think, just realizing that as young people, there's so many creative ways in which we can express ourselves in media outlets. And you don't need to be an influencer or a content creator. You can be a writer, a journalist, dancer, photographer, all of these, and intertwine your passions into the industry. And that's what's going to allow for success. And it's also going to allow for other younger people to look at you and be like, wow, if they're able to do this, what can I do?
Love it. Thanks so much. Lena, over to you.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's a great discussion. And last, it's unbelievable. I also wanted to talk about the Finnish Prime Minister as an example. Because yes, things are changing. I mean, another example is in Belgium, we have a transgender vice prime minister. So are changing little by little. We bring in the change. And what I would like to say is that, in my work, I love to work with interns, and they're actually my mentors, being younger ones, because I learn a lot from them. But what I tell them is that, a no you have, but a yes you can get. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Like sometimes they come to me, there is this position, should I apply for it? It asks for 3 years, I don't only have 1 year. Go for it. Go for it. Not only in your personal life, but walking up to a high-level person that you see there in the UN and ask critical questions. There's nothing to be afraid of. This is normal, in a respectful way, human behavior to ask critical questions and propose solutions. So definitely do your research, be critical, don't be discouraged. And then the other thing maybe is that for the COP27 delegations, ask in your country to have a youth representative in the official delegation. And let's monitor this with the COPs that come. How many delegations this year, how many delegations next year will have a youth representative in the official delegation? So I also wanted to talk about the Transforming Education Summit. Also there, enormous potential to really think about healthy food in schools, no ultra-processed foods, vending machines of sweetened sugared beverages. If you see people and delegations for the Transforming Education Summit, talk to them, have school gardens, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. Use the opportunity. Sorry.
Thanks so much, Lena. Over to you, Lana.
Always a treasure. Thank you all so much. And I just want to emphasize, not only are things changing, but they have already changed. We didn't have access to spaces for young people to speak, to be involved in the decision-making, in the processes. The fact that we are able to be in the UN in this capacity, that we're able to serve on advisory boards. We do have an access that we didn't have before. And we also see the spaces changing around us, that the Secretary General convened a food systems summit, not only having agriculture and sustainability in separate rooms, but bringing that together to talk about how food systems also need to exist within planetary boundaries, and that they are being impacted by climate change and are a major contributor to the climate crisis, particularly with industrial agriculture and livestock systems. So we are seeing this change happening already, and that includes to COP27 that we've been talking about. We are going to have a Food for Climate Pavilion at COP27 highlighting how food impacts climate change. And so I just want to wrap up with a call to action for young people, which is that we use these spaces to really be bold and to push for the action that's needed and to hold decision makers accountable, and not just say, young people's engagement is important. No, to go there and say, we need to take down industrial agricultural systems, and we need to shift, and we need to support farmers, and all these concrete things that we need to do. And then importantly, for non-youth, don't just say that you support young people, take action on our priorities. So when we say we need these actions, we need these things to happen, that is how you really support us, not just by saying youth engagement is important, but by showing that through action.
Thanks so much, Lana. And thank you to all of our panelists for really sharing these deep reflections on how we can ensure that we transform our systems in holistic ways, cross-cutting through all these different issues and bringing together your expertise. I think it's really, action is found in our, hope is found in our action, right? And today, being here with all of you, there is a lot of hope. So we're deeply grateful for your attention, for showing up, being with us, being in conversation with us, and recognizing that these wonderful calls to action are not just for us to say, but for us to live and embody. So with that, thank you for joining our session. Please stick around, speak to our panelists. We'd love to hear more from you. And then we invite you to join our next session at the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit at 1 p.m., which is exploring faith-based solutions to create climate-resilient food systems. So continuation of this conversation with an additional lens. So with that, thank you so much.
us as well. In terms of the youth panelists, we'll be hearing from environmental educator Isaiah Hernandez, who we're very excited to have with us, as well as founder and executive director of the Urban Garden Initiative, Megan Chen. And we are really excited to go into this highlighting how young people are already doing the work to change food systems and are active in making sure this critical area of climate action is moving forward. And then what else do we need to do based on what young people are seeing from this critical perspective, right? Young people are doing the work, but it's not enough. We also need to support them, and that's why we're here today. I'll also give Megan and Isaiah a chance to talk a little bit more about themselves. Isaiah, if you want to start and just say a little bit more about your bio and what you do before we launch into the questions.
Is this on?
I think you might have to. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Isaiah Hernandez. I am an environmental educator and also a content creator on Curb Around Vegan. A lot of my mission is actually focused with working with institutions, nonprofits, and for-profit corporations to advance the discourse around climate literacy and also building climate and environmentally just curriculum for local and public schools throughout the United States. So thank you so much again for having me.
Thank you. My name is Megan Chen. I run the Urban Garden Initiative, which works on building out sustainable food systems all across the world. We started in Delaware, which is where I'm originally from, which is like a major food desert community. And from there, we've been able to build out a lot of urban gardens in a lot of other cities. I'm also a current sophomore at Stanford, studying urban studies and sustainability with environmental justice focus as well. And so excited to talk more about food systems.
Perfect, and that's exactly what we're here to do today. And we want to start with highlighting exactly this action that you're doing through each of your work, and start with hearing more on how you are taking action for food systems and implementing that transformation. So Megan, if you could get us started with the work that you're doing at the Urban Garden Initiative.
Yeah, I'd love to. So, like I kind of mentioned before, we got started in Wilmington, Delaware, which is known as a pretty major food desert, kind of where I grew up. And as background, I'm sure all of you guys already know this, it's just, areas where there might be like plentiful amounts of food, but not necessarily healthy food, fruits and vegetables, stuff like that. And so I really got started by working in a community garden in my city, learning a lot from both the people that were running the garden as well as a lot of students that were in the area about just how there was a complete lack of environmental education, gardening education, and many people never really had access to really grow their own food at all. So in terms of when we got started, we first just went into the classroom, really wanted to teach students exactly about, how can they grow their own food? How does this kind of connect to this larger conversation about sustainable food systems nationally, globally, and how does this also tie into a lot of other environmental activism work and other things just happening around climate change? And so from there, after building out some gardens in my city, we started this kind of chapter format where a lot of youth that we've been able to connect with and mobilize all across the world have now been able to work on building out these gardens at their schools and in their communities. And so I think at this point we are at over 40, 50 chapters around the globe, lots of different major cities, and all of our work is centered around having youth kind of be at the forefront and lead what they believe to be the most important action that they should take in their community around building out these urban gardens and sustainable food systems.
That's so cool, Megan. And I think really in listening to your remarks about addressing an emergent need that you see in food deserts, and then coming to how these food deserts aren't just institutionally and systemically created, right, but that they're perpetuated because of a lack of environmental education and awareness, right? I'd love to turn to Isaiah and maybe reflect with us some of the work you're doing in environmental education and creating content around this issue and how that's able to help us as youth lift our voices into this space.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that as a social media content creator at first, right, a lot of young people are learning about climate-related issues through old media, social media, and TVs and films. And so there's been a demand for a lot of young people that wanting to learn about that. Through an individual lens on my own platform, I kind of, it took me 18, 19 years to learn about the term food desert. And as someone who grew up in poverty in Los Angeles and recognizing why is there so much meat and dairy whenever I go to the food banks? Why is it that poor people are deprived from such resources, and why do we continue to be drained from ecological wealth? I try to educate to create these series of posts of understanding our global food system, because the reality is that when students look at a textbook, let's say that looks at, looking at our food system, and they see 5-8 pages that look the same in design, in black and bold text, it doesn't really make a sense to them. How does it relate to their community? And so what I do is 50% personal, 50% research. So I love to give the science and facts, of course, and the other 50% my personal story, and that's what really brings people into the conversation. As through the institutional level, I work a lot with a nonprofit called Support and Feed. It's ran by Billie Eilish's mom's organization, and what we do there is we work with peer-to-peer education models to create food system dialogue. So what that means is that we work with local educators from different public schools to create this curriculum about food justice and environmental justice. And the reason why this is so important is that through the institutional level, critical race theory has been slammed by several political groups as seen as divisive. And so if we're not able to kind of put justice education, because that's going to be seen as a political thing every time you bring race into it, we have to think about different forms in which nonprofits and content creators can come in as some experts, and working with those community leaders who are also experts to build this curriculum, because what we want to do is actually give power to the students rather than saying, well, we have to wait for the institution to change, when we all know that those institutions take forever to change.
Really powerful remarks, Isaiah. I think in thinking about how we communicate about environmental injustice, one part of it is like working with new media landscapes and ensuring that we have different ways of communicating, but then this other piece of like storytelling, right? And the power of storytelling that emerges is like a really powerful tool that we can use within our own respective nonprofits as we think about how we continue to champion this work moving forward and engage youth, right? If we feel like our messages aren't necessarily being heard, how much are we already working with youth storytellers? How much are we empowering them to have that voice in not only their own spaces, but bringing them into these systems and structures? I know we're really excited for this conversation also because we have Lena from WHO, and then Lhasa also from 50 by 40. Okay. Miriam, testing 1 2 3. 现在它就不会有那个音的那个奇奇怪怪吗 ？Nice， 谢谢你了。Hello, Miriam. Can you hear me, Miriam? Miriam, 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 Miriam. Hello, Miriam. I see you. Do you see me? You don't see me. I can't hear you yet, but give us a second. Give us a second. Uh-huh. Oh, Miriam, can you speak something for us real quick?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yep. Hi, we hear
Can you hear
you. Yeah.
Perfect.
Can you give me like a 1 2 3 1 2 3? We'll keep testing.
1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
And then that's Wednesday night.
Once again?
Yeah.
Miriam, can you hit me with a 1 2 3 again?
Say it one more time.
Yep. Just say 1 2 3 again for me.
1 2 3.
Okay. Yeah, we're good.
1 2 3. Okay.
Okay, cool. So
Everybody.
It's you, Gopal, Kelly, me. Okay. And then I can take a chair out. Wherever you want. Yeah, Miriam's on this screen.
Miriam's gonna be the biggest.
You, me, Kelly. Oh yeah. Great. Yeah. Okay. Or not, sorry, not that 影片，那个我们的 visual 影片，这个 camera， 这个 camera， 哦，像这样子，你的走路空间有比较好一点吗？我觉得上一次有点挤。
差不多。
OK。
可以动就可以。
啊 ，True。Huh? 4. Yep. All right, Miriam, be prepared to come see us and our stage. It will emerge from the darkness of Zoom. Huh. 这样子呢？对，谢谢。
你只要抄那个问题，所以你就打1736。
Yeah, I'll be on the panel.
36。然后 have a channel 这个。然后你这边就。所以刚刚有问题吗？刚刚有。
那我抄下来问题要给谁？怎么给？我要给你，我怎么给你？
我会走过来拿。我等一下在访问的时候，我会走到你这边，然后拿，然后再给你。
所以我要手写的意思。哦，那纸是用我的，还是你没有特别的纸？就是要撕纸。这本吗？
拿几张吧。
好，从哪里撕？随便我吗？
对。 Miriam, can you see me? Miriam, can you see me? Oh, 有那个回音。Hi. OK， 我 share 你那个影片。Line 可以吗 ？Line 可以吗 ？OK。1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Miriam.
If not, Steve, what we can do is that she can have her phone next to her, and then I can call her.
Oh, no, that's cute. No, she's here.
Okay. You can listen?
Yeah, I guess so. Miriam, can you test 品豪现在 audio on 吗？Miriam, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. I got BB with me. Kelly's here. Gopal's here too. We'll begin in maybe like 2-3 minutes. Yeah? Let's go.
Hi, baby. Hi, Kelly.
Hey, Miriam. Hi, Miriam.
Hello, audience.
Oh, it's muted, but that's okay.
Just remind you，我们就你就不要这样同时对话，这样没有办法。
对，因为要等到我们停了，你才unmute 才可以 switch. Yeah. No problem. I got you. Okay, BB, where do you want to sit? This one? Who wants to sit here? What's the order?
I'm at the end.
You're at the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
Steve, do we leave our stuff here?
Yeah. It's your seats.
Do we keep this or put it on?
Up to you.
So you're keeping your notes up there too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got my whole notepad here.
My phone or my paper notes?
Oh, yeah. I'm doing both. I have my phone and my notes. I can't keep it together.
Hello. Testing.
It's good. So, Pinghao, when we go live, are we already live?
Actually, we're already live.
Oh, we're already live.
Everybody can see this screen. Right?
Oh, okay.
This is graphic, so
Right. So the moment we go live, it comes back to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
so we are ready.
I'd say about ready. Do you guys feel ready?
Maybe.
It's gonna be a good conversation. Conversation. All right. Yeah, Pinghao, I think we're good.
We're good. Okay.
Hello, welcome back to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit, hosted at the Tsuji Center for Compassionate Relief. My name is Steve. Oh, I can take my masks off. I completely forgot about this. And I'm delighted to be joining you here today with an illustrious panel of faith leaders as we begin to unpack how faith values and solutions can help build more climate-resilient food systems. So with that, it is my honor to pass my mic over to our moderator for the session, Bibi La Luz Gonzalez, the founder of Eat Better Waik, to take us away into conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Steve. Hello to our panel. Thank you also to the support here at everyone at the Tsuji Foundation, our center, and to our wonderful audience here and more making their way. So my name is Bibi La Luz Gonzalez. I'm from Guatemala. And I have an organization called Eat Better Waik to reduce malnutrition, and we also merge food, climate, and human rights. And today we are delighted to have, as Steve said, this incredible lineup of speakers and friends that we've become, and so happy to be part of this wonderful group. Where we've explored so much regarding faith. So you'll see on the screen, we have our esteemed Dr. Mariam Hussein. She's the president of IMANA, Islamic Medical Association of North America. And next to Mariam is Gopal Patel. He's the co-founder and president of Bhumi Global. And to our center, well, you know Steve. Steve Chu, he's a representative to the United Nations from the Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation. And here we have our also super esteemed Kelly Moulton. She's a convener at the Interfaith Public Health Network. And welcome. And also, I'd like to also mention Andrew Schwartz, who is the Director of Sustainability of the Center for Earth Ethics, who has been a key piece in putting the faith-based solutions on food, and he will join us later on in the week. So welcome to you. How are you feeling? I believe we have a video. Should we run it now or later?
I can definitely run it now. I
Yeah.
think before we air the video, I'd love to maybe give a little context of who we are as the Faith and Food Coalition and some of the work that has unfolded and how we managed to get together, right? We all come from very different faith backgrounds, some faith, some spiritual, non-faith, and we were gathered together by the Center for Earth Ethics in response to the UN Food Systems Summit being formed in 2021. And as part of that Food Systems Summit being created, there was a launch of asking different stakeholders to come together to be in dialogue about what different types of solutions we may have to create better food systems. And so together, the Center for Earth Ethics, along with this cohort that we created, which is now affectionately called the Faith and Food Coalition, was formed to bring forth different perspectives from both our own organizations and our networks to explore what different solutions faith-based groups have to build these better food systems, and more importantly, explore the values that underpin the work that we do. And so we're going to show you a quick 3-minute reel of just some of the profound and beautiful remarks that came forth from some of these online consultations that we held, and I'll tell a little more stories and then pass it over back to Bibi. All right.
So for the audience joining, this session is, please take note of every word that is put into this title. Ready? Yes? Yes? Faith-based solutions to create climate-resilient food systems. So while we play this, please think of the connection of all of those words put together in this video.
We'll get audio back in 1 second. So as we're getting audio back on this video, we'll just frame that all of these speakers that you're seeing in this sizzle reel are speakers from the various dialogues that we put together in 2021 in the lead up to the Food Systems Summit. Ping Hao, if you can run it back from the beginning for me.
The spirituality of food is deeply connected with the environment. Food is interwoven into religion, culture, and spirituality because spiritually, food is life.
Any spiritual system you could think about, food is a core part of the ritual, of the understanding of the world. So we must reinforce that notion. Food systems are economic, but also cultural, they are social, and they are spiritual.
I think it's very important to know that everything is connected. When you look at the life, when you look at the food, and the value, the art, and everything that is life in that particular land, you find that it's very, very important because it's connected.
We're gonna run the video back one time. We're gonna run the video back one time just so people on Zoom can hear the video. Sorry about that, guys.
Sorry about this.
In the meantime, have you thought on the words specifically of the name of this session?
Got faith-based solutions.
Faith-based solutions.
Got climate resilient food systems.
Yeah. And maybe I'd like to ask. Now, this is special for us who are here. I won't use the mic. This is special for us who are here present. For example, maybe you can look all to your right and read what is written on the wall. So if you can just perhaps feel that. How do you transmit those words back to yourself, within you? And then how do you walk those values, those feelings, those skills, or those gifts? And so today we have a very specific topic that hasn't been touched much before this faith statement, is how faith-based or your faith traditions regard daily activities such as eating, food, and then the whole aspect of the food system. Yeah?
Yeah, so I think in light of the video not playing, we're just going to continue on with the panel. But the thing I would lift up from here is just in the generative conversations that we had as the Faith and Food Coalition, it became very apparent that values were at the center of the innovations that we were doing as faith-based groups, right? And that across all the different solutions, there were these unifying forces which coalesced into this interfaith statement. And so I'll pass it back to Bibi to tell us more.
Well, thank you. Now using the mic. So yes, how do we integrate these values into our daily lives, and how we can connect, for example, the sanctity of food, because it is essential in our lives in order for us to live healthy or even survive. Food and water, of course. We need to mix that also. And also think about the word resilience. We are being resilient because something has happened that isn't exactly positive, right? It's adversity. So how we are overcoming adversity, and maybe we can use this as a whole concept with food. What has happened that is adverse in food? What is adversity in climate? That connection. And even perhaps resilience within faith traditions, and connecting that into thriving into something better. Perhaps if we get a different glimpse of how we connect all of these things and not just one bit here and there, maybe, and I'm sure, there is a connection that we can all bring forward. And you can also look at the Interfaith Statement online, faithandfood.earth. And I just want to read out how it starts and have that feel. So if I may. So our story of food is one of sacred joy, interconnectivity, dignity, empathy. These values are enshrined in faith, non-faith, spiritual, and indigenous traditions. Understanding of food. To eat food, especially healthy, nutritious food, is to experience our interdependence with nature, fully embracing the land we live on and those who have nurtured the food that is provided to eat, for us to eat. So, having that in mind, and seeing what came from the faith dialogues. So we had 5 specific on each action track of the UN Food System Summit, and then there was even more interest and had more dialogues even within the whole spectrum of health, and why not say policy making too. We had Steve and Mariam present the Interfaith Statement at the UN Food System Summit a year ago exactly, and what we've presented so far. So I want to give the panel here an opportunity to tell us a bit more how this interfaith statement, or all the work that you've been doing, what stood out? What you saw that motivated you to be in this, to continue in it, and the findings that you saw throughout all this last year and part of this year too, and get your perspectives of perhaps even getting a bit more ahead now, connecting with climate as we are during New York Climate Week and UNGA. So Kelly, should we start with you?
Sure. So what I liked about the interfaith statement that we put together was I felt it was very prophetic, in the sense of this is, we're co-creating with God, and what is this world that we're co-creating? It's a very positive, nourishing world, and the earth has that potential to nourish us, and all of the inhabitants, human and non-human, on the earth. And also it's very much grounded in both science as well as faith and hope. Merging those together in a really beautiful way. And I find that it takes the teachings that are common across our faith traditions and applies them to a food systems context to show what an ethical approach is to create a healthy and nourishing, sustainable food system. And as Bibi said, this interfaith statement, it synthesized what we learned from the various food systems dialogues that we helped put together, and all of the great insights from people across different faith traditions, across different parts of the world, working in food systems from all different angles of the food system. And we're really able to blend all those together to find what are these commonalities. And one of the themes that I think it's important that we lifted up is the tendency of the private industry to prioritize profits over people. And so that's something that I think that we as the faith community can help be prophetic in calling out and say, no, we need to prioritize people over profits and make sure that the food industry, the agricultural industry, animal agriculture industry, all of these industries are putting the human and environmental health at the center, and so profits don't become the primary goal but are more of a secondary. And also, the statement, we lifted up the voices of the marginalized and the struggles that they are facing in terms of accessing healthy and healthy, nourishing food, and that we identify the 11 specific actions that we are calling on heads of state and government to enact. So I think those are some really important points about the interfaith statement.
Yeah, I love that, Kelly. I think something about like how in the statement, so I would say the interfaith statement for food systems transformation that came out, it's been a roadmap for us for the past year as well, in terms of being able to meet with different partners and realizing this is a toolkit for you to investigate how you're working within your own food system as well, right? Because the way we move in food systems transformation is not valueless, but rather it's oriented on a set of values that may not necessarily align with the ethical values that many faith traditions share in common, right? And so like coming into, and I'm sure we're going to reflect on this later, but like the specific values as like a toolkit to say like interrogating how we're moving through this food system, does this align with what we say that we purportedly value, right? Are we walking the talk? And is it truly in alignment with our beliefs and values? I would say there's one line in the interfaith statement that I really enjoyed writing, which was, our once balanced relationships between humans, animals, and plants have been corrupted into an extractive and abusive relationship, right? And I think utilizing that as the framing for like perhaps what we'll talk more about later in terms of like the regeneration of values. I think this statement points to a lot of problems that exist within our current food systems and says that it doesn't have to be this way, right? And that there are more profound and prophetic ways to live in coexistence and in harmony, right? Whether that is shifting away from extraction and coming towards circular economies, more regenerative ways of being, there are solutions there, right? And we get to model that by showcasing what these different faith-based groups are doing and then synthesizing that back into this statement. So after this session, would highly encourage you all to check out the Interfaith Statement itself as a roadmap of like, if we want to create a better future together in a holistic manner, right? Not to say that like this one thing alone would solve our world's problems, but as part of a very important package that we need to ensure that our faith values are integrated into this piece. And it's not like one particular faith, but rather coming together in this interfaith manner that we were able to build out the statement, source inputs from over 40 faith experts around the world, and really have this conversation together. Pass it over to Gopal.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, BB, for the question. One thing that really stood out for me, aside from the actual statement itself, was the process we went through to actually write the statement. Because I think we could have just written the statement. You know, we could have just sat down for a couple of weeks and just written a statement. But we didn't. We decided very early on that we wanted to host a series of consultations, recognizing that we don't have all the answers and that there are people out there actually doing the work on the ground, on the front lines, actually transforming food systems. I think many of us, I know for myself, are just very comfortable living in New York and New Jersey. You know, so to actually get the voices of the people in different parts of the world was very, very important for us. And actually, although we drafted the statement, it was actually the participants of the dialogues and the consultations. They were the authors of the statement. We had, I think, 40 people as speakers. I think we had over 1,000 people participating in the dialogues over the course of about 8 months. And so I think that was really beautiful, that we kind of took a step back and we were the facilitators of all these hundreds of people from all over the world, and their voices are the voices that are found in the statement itself. And I think that was really important for me, and I think for all of us, because we really wanted to model what food systems need to look like, which is that it shouldn't just be a few people at the top controlling everything, which is how our current food systems are, but it should be that everyone should have a voice. Everyone has a stake in the game, and we really wanted to model that, and I think we did that very nicely. The other thing I think was really good as well, and really kind of surprised me, maybe the others as well, was that with the Food System Summit last year, they hadn't even thought of a faith track. They hadn't really reached out to faith-based organizations. They weren't planning really to engage faith-based voices. And we really created a center of gravity where we were showing up in a really significant way, not just with faith values, but also understanding the policy and the nuances and the global context. And we were taken very seriously, as BB said, to the point where Miriam and Steve spoke at the opening plenary of the Food System Summit last year. And so the fact that we created this center of gravity, showing that faith can talk about climate and biodiversity and, you know, so many other global concerns, but we can talk about food as well, and we have something very tangible to bring to the table. And just, I know we're going to go into the statement a bit more, but one of my favorite lines is the line immediately after what Bibi read out, and I'll just say it here. It says, food systems and the food we eat remain the most direct ways to interact with each other, to share culture, history, and what we most value, connection. And I think that's really what we tried to achieve, and I think we did. We connected with people all over the world. We connected with the policymakers at the United Nations and in other forums as well. And this idea that food is the greatest connector in the world is so true. And I'm so proud of all the work that we did and everyone else in producing this statement and the work that's come after. Thanks.
Should we hear an applause from the audience, please? It's been wonderful, and I congratulate each and every one of you. And again, thank you for including me. As the connection, science, that you've heard right now, I think I'm part of the people that you got to think and talk about faith traditions into food, and something that perhaps I hadn't realized. For example, in the work that we do in Guatemala, well, the church provides us the space for us to deliver food. And then I get into moderating the faith-based food and faith and food dialogues, and I just go, but of course. And then, yeah, people go to their place of a cherish or adoration, or just their calm space, and then there's the food, and we're working with them, and it wasn't obvious for me. Just downstairs, while we were having lunch, I hope you all had lunch, a very nutritious lunch, and hopefully, vegetarian or vegan. It was interesting to discuss this session, the upcoming session a few moments ago, about how actually he was a bit surprised. Oh, faith and food. Interesting. Oh, I haven't much thought of it. And then I tell him, but you actually have without noticing it. And then he starts speaking and realizing how it actually all intertwined within his country and the religion that is present within. So that's why at the beginning, that connection, right? How we can align all of these actions. And if we're talking about the UN Food System Summit last year with the Sustainable Development Goals, there are 17, but they're all interconnected anyway, right? Or no? Yes? Thank you, audience. I like your participation. So we're going to move. Oh, wait, Mariam. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So, Mariam, what stood out for you in the statement? And how did you feel presenting all of this? We were cheering for you. So how did you feel? What stood out for you, realizing all the achievements of the dialogues, the Interfood Statement, and the fact that faith and food was, as Gopal mentioned, at the center of this very important and milestone on food?
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Perfect, okay. You got cut out just a little bit at the beginning, BB, so I couldn't hear the exact question. But I'll just, how about I give a quick reflection? Does that work? Or did you have a specific question? Okay, I got the head nods. Okay, perfect. All right, well, first of all, I'm so grateful to be here with you guys. I'm hoping just in a couple days I'll be there. So, and just always happy to get a chance to be with these colleagues and amazing people who have done such amazing work that I've had the fortune of working with the last year and a half. So I would say, so the big thing for me, the reflection-wise, I think these amazing people have already highlighted the really important points. The one thing I'll just add from my standpoint was the hope that came out of this process and the hope from the statement. I can tend to be a pretty pessimistic doomsday type person that, you know, what hope is there when you look at all the challenges we're facing, right? And all the lengths that people will go to for profit over food, as Gopal mentioned. And so, but the process of working with these people and recognizing that people who come from different faiths and different walks of life, whereas before people would fight over something like that, we use that to come together. And that was the first part. And the fact that we could even come together with different viewpoints or perspectives and come together with a cohesive statement. And that also, the other hope too, that the solutions are already out there. That's the other thing I picked up as well, is that we don't always have to reinvent the wheel. We don't always have to have a very flashy, novel idea that we have to say is our own. But the solutions that are from the earth itself, and whether you believe that comes from the earth or from a higher power, either way, those solutions are there. And I think that's been the most hopeful and uplifting thing for me as well, too, and I hope for you all.
Amazing answer, Mariam. Thank you. Yes, I think you've all touched on that point, and something that perhaps, how can we find a balance then with profit, people, planet, food, beliefs, faith, and speaking to each other without any perhaps historical difference, just meeting With historical difference, I mean even between different faith, traditions, religions, where we have a common ground and we can agree on that. So how can we do that? And that's what I would like to touch on now on the values perspective of the Interfaith Statement. Have you all looked at the statement? If not, faithandfood.earth. You go to the menu bar, and there's the statement for you to also get a sense more of what we're discussing now. So with what you mentioned before, how do we connect that with values and perhaps each of your own faith traditions within that aspect? Where do you come together to?
So I'll start with the first value that we have, which is interdependence. And the statement says, human health is linked to the health of the earth. We affirm the adoption of the One Health model to create nutritious and climate resilient food systems. And for me, as someone who works in nutrition and food systems and public health, and coming from a Franciscan perspective as well, which really recognizes this interdependence between humans and the environment around us, I think it's just so natural. And one of the easiest ways to identify this is looking at the healthfulness of plant-based foods and the value that they have for both the health of people as well as sustainability for the planet. And they provide us a path for basically creating a healthy and sustainable food system rather than a high intake of animal-based products and ultra-processed foods. The plant-based foods really are better for people and planet. And those who can choose organic and plant-based foods really are helping to make them affordable for everyone else, because if those who can afford it buy it and choose it, we're voting with our fork and helping to drive up the demand, which ultimately will increase the supply of these foods as well. Because it's not what's predominant in our food system. What's predominant is the ultra-processed foods and the animal agriculture foods. So the more that we can choose more of the plant-based options, we can make it more affordable and equitable for everyone. And that actually demonstrates this interdependence, that our actions are connected to not only our own health, but the health and well-being of other people as well. And also this One Health model, it's a collaborative, multi-sectoral, and transdisciplinary approach that's working at the local, regional, national, and global levels with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes, recognizing the interconnection between people, animals, plants, and the environment around us. And we really saw this come about in popularity during the COVID-19 pandemic, because it was a zoonotic disease. And we saw how everything was interconnected, and the COVID, it was related to consumption of meat with the zoonotic disease, and it also contributed to more diet-related disease later on, when the people who had higher rates of hypertension, obesity, diabetes were more likely to die once they also got COVID. So it all kind of comes around full circle. But if we are able to choose more of the plant-based foods, then it'll be easier to stay healthy for ourselves and the environment. And through this One Health model, we can also recognize the importance of food safety, a more humane and ecologically sound animal agriculture industry, and lower meat consumption, and also have more land be used to grow a variety of crops for human consumption rather than just for animal feed and grazing. So that biodiversity that Gopal was talking about earlier. So can I pass it to Miriam to talk about truth?
Of course, Miriam. Perhaps let's go with
maybe I could
yeah, you can
mention-
follow up.
while we get Miriam going, I'll just mention a few things that I was going to say about truth. So this one is about how science and faith are not at odds. They inform, enrich, and complement and challenge each other in the pursuit of truth. So basically, we got Miriam back. Or?
Sorry about that, guys.
Can you hear it? Nope.
Can you guys hear me, Bibi?
Yes.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me now. I'm so sorry again. But no, Kelly was doing a fantastic job explaining that. But so I'll just go through that real quickly. That the other main value we identified was truth, and that how science and faith are not at odds. They inform and enrich each other. And so Kelly was very kind to share some of her notes with me too, so I'm going to incorporate that. But I think the biggest thing that we realized from this value is that all major faith and spiritual traditions in the world, as well as indigenous practices, they have ecological teachings at their roots. So teachings about the relationship that humans should have with the land, about simplicity, discipline, and not taking it more than you need, but also thinking about protecting the common good. There's also a lot of teachings about how humans should eat to promote food safety, but also agency of what you're eating and the ethics behind it, and humane treatment of animals and the earth itself. And so for me, science gives another perspective as to the reasons why behind those teachings. And so we now understand how ecosystems work, right? We understand how the earth works, how when they're disrupted, what happens when systems go out of balance. We're seeing, unfortunately, a lot of those outcomes of imbalance in the ways of climate change, droughts, sea level rise, hunger, starvation, mass extinction of species, and unfortunately, a lot of other disasters, including problems within the global food systems as well as locally too. And if you think about it, all of these are ills of society that our religious teachings and indigenous teachings try to warn us against. And so maybe you had asked about, our personal religious practices. So for me, Islam, that the first command that was given to the Prophet, peace be upon him, was to read or recite. And so it wasn't to conquer, it wasn't to kill, it wasn't anything like that. It was basically equated now to learn, and most importantly, to understand. And that maybe we're on this great earth for another purpose. And a lot of that is using the skills and the intelligence that we have to understand what God and a higher power, the earth, is telling us, right? And so Kelly mentioned the One Health model, and that is highlighted in that model, where if you think about it, it's embedded within faith traditions, but it's also being widely accepted by organizations like the World Health Organization as a model we should be using globally now. And so Kelly had read this as well too, and I think it's a really poignant way to say it, that the science and data from the physical world tells us what will protect life on earth the best, while faith and spiritual practices remind us why it is important to live with integrity and gives us practical tools to do so. Okay, so I'll give it over to Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Miriam. So I'll just push through to the next. So we had a number of these values, 7 in total. The third one we had was a value of reverence for our food systems. And specifically, we said that our traditions teach that food is holy and serves to nourish our bodies. We must reconnect our rituals with an ethical and ecologically sound food system with no food waste. And so as I was thinking about that on the train over this morning, I was just thinking about just how much our food systems now are commodified, and that we think of food as a commodity and they're traded on the stock market and so on, and how our faith, wisdom, and spiritual traditions see food as something sacred, as a gift, something that is not a given, that comes, well, from a Hindu perspective, it comes from sacrifice. So in the Bhagavad Gita, I think in the first or the second chapter, it says that food grains come from rain, and rain comes from personal sacrifice. And so there's an ecosystem there, there's a cycle there of how human behavior impacts the harvest, and so I think these rituals, as we say in this value, these rituals, these traditions we have, to kind of, how do we infuse these into our current food systems? We had, previously harvest festivals and things like that, things we've really lost, really, in at least in the global north. So to think about how we can revere food and not just see it as a commodity that we can use or we can throw away, but really something very special and sacred.
Although I've been in this space for over a year, every time I hear each one of you speak, I'm taking notes again, and just thoughts, ideas, light pops in. Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you so much, Miriam. Steve, your values.
Yeah, I want to lift up two. So the first being solidarity, and the second being intuition. And so speaking to how food systems can become more climate resilient by building in faith values, I think solidarity as a value that was lifted up in our interfaith statement is a key value to implement in our work, right? Oftentimes we see the interdependence, but we don't see how we can take action, right? And so solidarity is one of those key pieces where it's in moments of good, I recognize that there are moments of suffering that await me and those around me, right? So when I am fortunate enough to be in a space of privilege to help others, can I stand in solidarity to their suffering and help out? Right. And then the second piece around intuition, I think we spoke about at an earlier panel this morning, which is this idea of taking small baby steps, right? Where the way this last statement reads for this value, it just simply says resilience lies within ourselves, right? And there's such a profound wisdom to that. It's one sentence and that's all it says, but within that one sentence, we find the world. Right, from this perspective of solidarity, we can see that we don't need to have all the answers immediately at that moment, but rather, as long as we are taking action step by step, that we can discover what it is that we need from each other, and we can stand in harmony with whatever people are suffering with, and say that I have something to give. I may not have the whole answer, but through my efforts, I can inspire more people to act alongside with me. Right? And I think that sort of building resilience through mutuality, building resilience through solidarity, and creating these networks and communities of care was something that we found reflected often within our food systems transformation work. And it's what allowed people who were living in abject poverty, which were people who were living in spaces that had very limited food access, to still find ways to survive. Right? They weren't thriving, but they were surviving simply because they had these, it was like social currency, right? They had a community that actually cared about them. And they were able to rely on each other even when they alone could not make it through the journey. And I think that value of intuition and knowing what intuitively we need, and then also the value of solidarity to stand amongst each other, is what we need to really have integrated into our food systems to ensure that they are climate resilient for whatever may come in the future.
Wow, thank you so much. Talking about resilience, there are perhaps 3 words that stood out. At least right now that I found my pen, that I could take notes again, is sacrifice, suffering, care. Perhaps these aren't words, for example, they could be opposites in a way. So how we can meet in the middle between them, and perhaps that is where resilience comes as well. Sacrifice comes from giving up something, right? And what can we give up? Or what can businesses, or what are they willing to give up in order to meet these values? Or businesses, governments, civil society, individuals, in order to meet us halfway, or in a point of these paths. Perhaps there could be, if you want to talk economics, cost of opportunity of doing this and that. Because it doesn't need to be profit or planet, profit or healthy foods. So I'm asking you, what are you willing to give up in order to be resilient and join this movement, continue the values and the actions within the connection between food, climate, and your own beliefs? As we have a purpose on this planet, I am sure it is not to, oh, I am born, I will destroy this, I will destroy humanity, I will destroy this planet. No. You have a sense of care. You care for yourself, for your family, your friends, your colleagues, if you like them. No. I'm just, perhaps people who aren't very happy at their work. I love you guys. But we have that sense of responsibility, and we cannot wait any longer, right? I just came from Europe right now, yesterday, last night, and it was 8 degrees. And I come here and I'm sweating. And it's like, what is happening on this planet? You see drought, you see fire, you see so many different climate effects. I was watching a movie last night, actually, that was on locust plague, but genetically modified. And then they were eating just these types of grains that weren't genetically modified. But there was, basically the movie was about another topic, but the main aspect is that they were disrupting the food chain within their different tryouts. And I say, wow. It's a movie about nothing related to food, but then it connects with food. So right now, I'd just like to pick your brains. Yeah? And perhaps who in the audience also would like to get their perspectives. Later on, we're going to have a session where a part of this where I like your point of view, or just raising your hands, if you can just raise your hands at the audience to watching us. So, after the great achievement that I believe, and that it's a fact, of all of us coming together, what you've mentioned now, what stood out, the values, what have you been up to since? And what do you think you've achieved? And what is still needed now, and from who, in order to achieve what you ultimately want within this connection of interfaith, food, and climate?
Well, if I could just jump back to something you said earlier, because it sparked an idea, and I just wanted to share about the sacrifice, right? And so I come from the Franciscan tradition, and we talk about the idea of metanoia. It's this ongoing conversion. And, there's also this idea of penance, and the concept of giving something up. And a lot of times around Lent, people are giving up meat. But, this really stuck with me, and over time, you start to think about that we can be giving up meat, not just during Lent, not just on Fridays or, Ash Wednesday, but, throughout the year, as part of this concept I really like called reducitarianism. And it's about consciously reducing your consumption of animal products, not necessarily cutting them out completely, because some people don't want to do that, but, just reducing the consumption that we have. And I think of this as a way of practicing that ongoing conversions, or that penance. And really, the word penance, I was fascinated, learned a couple years ago, it actually goes back to what is it that we need to create a healthy, sustainable world for everyone. So it's kind of like showing that interdependence. It's not necessarily about giving something up, but creating more life, So I think...
And Kelly, you also mentioned something about religion, the definition of religion.
Yeah, so I really am fascinated by this. If you look at the word religion, it means, it comes from religio, which is relink, and it's relinking the sacred and the profane together. So if we think about, the whole world is sacred, and how are we living into that? How are we making sure that our life choices are helping to create that sacred world and helping to sustain it and not desecrate it, right? Not So yeah, I think that's what we have to think about as well, especially if we're going to talk about faith and religion. What are we doing to make sure that we are living as if the whole world is sacred? And yeah, no, I mean, in terms of like, I think that there's so much potential. I've working through this Interfaith Public Health Network and trying to show more of these links between faith and health and climate and food. And, I've had this opportunity to be part of this Food Systems Fellowship with Rockefeller and Acumen over these past few months. And it's just a really exciting opportunity to get to know people from all over the world and share about what we're doing with the Faith and Food Coalition and hear about what they're doing in all different parts of the world and look for some opportunities to collaborate. So that's been really exciting. And yeah, just gonna see what comes next from all that. I think with the Food Systems Summit last year and the follow-up to that, I think there's a lot of opportunity and potential to think about what are the national commitments that countries are making, and how can we make sure that the Interfaith Statement values are infused within those national commitments, and how can faith players in different parts of the world be involved with helping to inform and implement those values and those practices. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes.
I think it's such a fun conversation because what Bibi, you asked, like, what is our purpose on the planet, right? Is it to consume? And like, if that is it, like, where is the meaning of life in that, right? And I think that's such a like fun question to ask, because like some days you're just like all I'm doing today is like I'm eating 3 meals and I'm like working, and like, but all the work feels a little consumption oriented and like it can get in your head. And so like elevate purpose of life beyond simply consumption and say that there is greater meaning to being here than simply depleting the earth of its resources, and that we have the very hands to like build, right? We have the hands to create, and that there's this whole other part of the cycle. It's been such a nourishing experience being with this coalition and seeing not only how each one of us is working to create for the planet, but also that like we're constantly reminded that there is an immaterial layer to the material work that we're doing, right? And that like as we are going about our days, as we are living our lives, there is higher meaning, there's higher purpose, and how we tap into that irrespective of which tradition we are, we live better lives when we tap into that. Right? And so then the failures, the successes, they simply become part of the background to this elevated development of wisdom learning that takes place, right? And so I see that also within the climate space too, right? When we get so fixated on numbers, when we get so fixated on technical solutions that we lose sight of the very people we're working with and for, it becomes technocratic. It becomes susceptible to being co-opted by ill-intentioned people who just want to profit off of like the latest trend, right? Like climate change is hot. If you look at like what's happening in New York City for Climate Week, we have like over 500 events like happening in 1 week alone, right? There is money to be made here, right? And it's like how many people in this space are here simply just because they want to make money, and how many people are here because the solutions that we're designing are truly meant to be co-created with communities that are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, right? And granted, like there's some people that are like in between, but I think the beauty of living an elevated life, I think, really comes back to this sense of like, are we able to co-create with people who truly need our help and bring what they need in that immediate moment? And when we do, that's where the greatest sense of like purpose and joy I find is, right? So then to come to things that we've been doing as Faith and Food Coalition, myself, since Food Systems Summit, we've been continuing this push, right? Like we recognize the importance of values as a framework. And so throughout the different UNFCCC negotiation spaces and processes, we've been constantly elevating and lifting up the importance of these values as a part of linking together values, food systems transformation, and climate, right? Because as interesting as food systems transformation is and an integral part of the climate space, it's oftentimes neglected, right? Because there's not necessarily the best frameworks to keep it within that space. And so because of the Food Systems Summit, we've found renewed opportunity. And with that renewed opportunity, doors have been opened. And because of that, we step into those doors, have those conversations, and continue to emphasize that the work extends beyond technical solutions. The work extends beyond financing. And it's about the underlying root values that inform what we innovate, how we innovate, and who we innovate with, what we finance and who we finance, right? And so those conversations is really where I've really been heading, and it's been a really, really wonderful time.
Super interesting points. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. I'll come back to that too. And I think it goes in line what Gopal also, his answer, I believe, is going to be.
You know my answer before I've given it?
No, but I can sense it. You know, it's that emotional. I know your values.
Well, I think so much has been said already. I think one thing that, building on what Steve said, one thing we've done is just normalize these conversations. That before we did this, I remember I was actually on a call with a very well-known interfaith leader. I won't say who it was. And the topic came up about working on faith and food. And this individual said, well, what do religions have to do when it comes to food? You know, just kind of dismissed it as like it wasn't something important. And that's when I realized, oh, this is something important. You know? Because we've said, like, people haven't been talking about this issue, you know, and in the climate space, as Steve is saying, the focus is on data, the focus is on, you know, adaptation, mitigation, rightly so, financing, you know, loss and damage, renewable energy, divestment, you know, all really, really important. But when you're talking to the average Joe, average Dr. Patel, or, you know, Mrs. Singh, or, you know, who's cooking their Sunday meal, how do you make it real? How do you make these issues real? And as Kelly beautifully put it, you know, you vote with your fork, or you make a climate decision 3 times a day. If you have the chance to eat 3 meals a day, you're making an environmental decision 3 times a day. And I think food, as we said, is a connector. It's found in all the faith traditions. It's the thing that brings us all together every single time. And so to talk about this is so natural, I think, for the faiths. It's one of the things we can all agree on without much conflict. You know, you may like Beyond Burgers, I may like Impossible Burgers, you know, but other than that, you know, we're all in agreement that food is important for our faith traditions, and food is that kind of like that nexus where climate, biodiversity, gender, education, everything comes in through food, and food is a convener and a vehicle almost to have these conversations. So I think that's what we've been doing over the last year since the statement was released. It's a living statement. We're normalizing this conversation, popularizing what we're doing so people can have conversations about this as well. And I think in terms of what's going forward, you know, Steve is working with a number of groups at COP27. We're going to have there's going to be a number of food pavilions, and you know, I know Suchi and others are working on one there. I think we need resources. We need funding to really get this out there, because it isn't on a lot of people's radar that faiths want to talk about food, or that food is a solution to climate, biodiversity, and all these other issues as well. And so I think the funding needs to flow. I'm not saying to necessarily faith-based organizations, but funding needs to flow so that these conversations can reach a larger audience.
Can be created, right? And be taken into consideration in other spaces that already exist. So we're going to do here a bit of oh, yes, Mary, sorry. Are we okay on the audio?
Maybe you're the cutest.
Perfect.
You can hear me okay, right? All right, perfect. No, I think these guys said everything. It's incredible. I think the only thing I would just maybe add is that looking forward with some of the work is just hearing more voices. Right. I think Gopal mentioned this as well, too, that was, you know, the people who participated in the food dialogues, they were the ones who wrote this statement, right, essentially with their input. And I think what Stephen mentioned as well, too, that, right, he's mentioned when we've discussed this before, that we can have conversations with anyone. That's the point, right, is to just have the dialogue and just talk and see what, even if it's an opposing different side, but how important just the conversation is and the dialogue. And to a point he brought up before too, right, that about resilience lying within ourselves and the whole world is in that statement. Sometimes the whole world can be in one interaction, I think, and just even hearing one voice. And so one of the things the coalition has been working on, specifically in the MENA region, Middle East and North African region, as a lead up to COP27, is essentially recreating these dialogues with on the ground in leaders, specifically happen to be women mainly. And so just hearing their stories that you would never hear on any other platform, and truly understanding the granularity of the climate issue, and then how you realize that climate change is not the problem, it's food access, it's jobs, it's the safety of their children, which are all coming from climate change induced effects, right? And how the global north has such a responsibility towards that, right, with that. And I think that that's the biggest things that I've taken away from this is just that there are more stories to hear, and hopefully, you know, the Faith and Food Coalition is going to be there to help elevate those voices.
Thank you so much, Miriam. I think we all have a food story. We all have a climate story of our lives. Think about that and perhaps see if there's something that relates to your values, to your faith perspectives. Steve, I sense that you want to say
I want to
something.
go in, dude.
Okay, go ahead.
Building on food as connection, right? And thinking about like food stories, I think mine was always hot pot, right? So in Chinese tradition, we oftentimes during like cold times, cold seasons, we gather together over like a boiling hot pot of soup, and then like the neighbors would bring their foods, right? And then like we'd each bring like some vegetables, and we throw it into the pot, and just like cook up a really nice stew that like over the course of the night, the broth would like richen like the different like legumes or whatever. It would just like steep into this like soup. And by the end of the night, it was so congealed because all the water had evaporated, but that like it was just this like mush, you know, and then like next day you take that mush and you could spread it over toast. It was delicious. Like there were always ways to like make more food out of this hot pot, right? But this communal aspect of gathering and food as building community, I think, is an important part of this conversation around like climate resilience as well, right? Like when we think about who we are in the privileged spaces that we live in, we're still at risk of climate impacts ourselves, right? Do we have the mutual aid network that is required to survive a disaster in the lead up to any sort of government assistance, right? Are we able to rescue ourselves and our neighbors before anything happens, right? And oftentimes the answer is no, right? We live in a very individualistic society that does not incentivize communal care. And so if we feel that that is not aligned with our value, how do we take action to create our own climate resilience, right? And I think hot pot as one way to gather community is an answer, you know, where it's like food, bring people, you don't have to like cook the whole soup yourself, right? Just bring like one or two like vegetables and we'll mix it into medley. It might not be the most delicious soup that you've had because it might have some contrasting flavors, but the people you spend your time with will make that food taste so much better. Yeah.
Now I want to know more about you. For example, Gopal. So what would be that food that you think brings together and represents that? And can I just say something? Steve, you mentioned something scientific and also related to climate. The water evaporated. Yeah. Gopal.
So remind me the question.
So what would be your hot pot?
What would be my my favorite food or the food that brings people together?
Yeah.
So in a lot of Hindu temples and ashrams, the staple meal is something called khichdi. It's just rice and lentils with maybe some vegetables in it, and it's like it's the most basic food, but it's the most nutritious as well. It has all the nutrition and vitamins and whatever you'd need, and it's like it's an equalizer as well because it's like you sit on the floor, they put like a banana leaf down, they put it on the banana leaf, you eat it with your hand. You know, it's just like there's no hierarchy, it's no like fancy table manners with like the right knives and forks and things like that, and there's fancy cups. You know, it's just like very basic, but it really I've lived in ashrams in India and other places, and like they just cook like a big pot of it, and then they just like serve everyone the same, and it's just like it's beautiful because it's so simple but it's so nutritious, and I like the equality aspect of it as well. It's just like you could be sitting next to like a billionaire, you could be sitting next to like someone who a student. It doesn't matter. We're all sitting there together, eating the same food in the same way, and so that's my Hindu hot pot.
Beautiful, beautiful. Just Miriam, get ready with your microphone after Kelly. Yes, Kelly.
Yeah, in terms of the idea of the hot pot, or just sort of like a potluck, right? Like it reminds me of this concept of the dinner church movement, which goes back to the early church when Jesus brought people together around the Last Supper and had a meal with them. And there's people that continue within the Christian tradition of coming together around a meal and celebrating a church service that way. So, it's bringing that sort of some sort of ritual back to the meal practice, but it's also bringing people together, to have conversation and have a meal together. And, it's celebrated in the Catholic Church, with the Eucharist and, other Christian traditions as well. But I'm really fascinated by the concept of the dinner church movement and just bringing people together around a meal.
And what was in that meal?
It could be anything. I think it depends on the region of the world you're in and having culturally relevant food for those particular areas.
Excellent. Thank you. Mariam?
All right, perfect. I would say it's kind of the first thought that came to my mind too was kind of what Kelly was saying, was that one of the sayings of the prophet, peace be upon him, was that whenever he would have dinner, right, he never wanted to have it alone. And so it was always whoever was around and neighbors that to invite them and you eat with someone. And usually it meant as multiple people. And I would say then for me, and Gopal will understand this, but the naan bread, right, that people make, and that's a big South Asian thing, that they make it so big. And I used to think when I was little that like, oh my God, how do you eat one big naan by yourself? And then you realize that, again, like Gopal said too, that like people just dig in, right? You take whatever, it's a big circle bread, and you take from whatever side that you're on, and you share it with the people, right? It's like that same source. And that I just remember being such a beautiful thing.
Thank you so much, Mariam. And if I can jump in also to answer my own question. Something that you also read and you'll hear in the different dialogues is the indigenous perspective of Mother Nature, of women. I'll touch the point of women in a bit. But in Mayan beliefs, so the Mayans were a civilization that run through what is now Mexico, Guatemala, parts of Central America. And basically, in the Popol Vuh, which is the sacred book of the Mayans, people, men, women, were made from corn. And so corn is sacred, and we have foods that the basic of their preparation is corn or maíz. And it's how that legacy or that tradition has been continuously going on. I'm not an expert. I need a guide to help me do this. I help to those who know how to make them, like tamales, which is this banana leaf wrapped up, a corn-based. Let's say it looks like. Well, you know what tamales are, kind of like a rectangle-shaped dough of corn with some vegetables and perhaps, yes, animal protein, as sometimes when climate impacts so much the food, the agricultural part with drought and rain, vegetables or vegetarian oriented foods are not available, so animal protein is the way to go to have food. So it's in that too. So anything related to corn, and it's called criollo, which is maíz criollo, which is far away from any genetically modified crops or grains. So just coming from that and how we live our history today and how we adapt it as well. And a point about women, Mariam was mentioning it too. So in the audience, please raise your hands if you know which is the most sustainable food ever. Do you know? I mentioned women before. Who knows? Who knows? All right, Steve.
It's breastfeeding. Let's go. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the first food of life.
System.
So, as perhaps it wasn't obvious today, we can make it as obvious now, just like faith can be part of our response in food and climate. So yeah, think about that. And we still have lots of time. I'll give this, what I wanted to mention before, on something that Gopal was mentioning about funding to keep flowing, right? So who here in the audience do you know anyone, or are you a type of person who'd like to support these types of spaces with funding? Thank you. Wow. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Also in the audience, thank you.
Yo, BB's going to come hunt you down after this panel. Like, you already know it.
Thank you. And who is already working in this space? Wow. Perfect. Supporters supporting supporters.
Love it.
Thank you. And yes, it's an important aspect to keep on going, and knowing that this like the transparency between of the funding and all of this, you know, it's something certain. And perhaps Steve, do you want me to open the floor to questions?
I'm down for questions right now.
Yeah?
Also, if we don't have questions, I have questions. So let's see. Does the audience have questions? Yeah. All right. Let's go.
Hi. My question is for Kelly, and I'm a big fan of the Franciscan perspective, especially when it comes to creation sustainability. And one of the biggest roadblocks in like that discussion always goes back to like the Genesis mandate, dominion. That mandate that a lot of people have justified for centuries to basically cause destruction on the earth. And I know that Pope Francis and a whole lot of other people have had different opinions on how sustainability can work together with that dominion mandate. But I just want to know your opinion on that.
Well, from the Franciscan perspective, like St. Francis, he didn't take a perspective of like humans are above the environment. He took the perspective we're all interconnected. You know, he would like preach to the birds, and you know, he did everything he could to be in tune with the environment and those around him. So it's very much this, it's a concept of this interconnectedness, true interconnectedness. And in the context, I mean, that was 800 years ago that St. Francis lived, and since then we've had colonization, we've had the papal doctrine of discovery, you know, like 500 years ago, and that really impacted the ability of indigenous peoples to live sustainably on this land and across the world. And, you know, that's something that we have to work on undoing the harm that has happened since the doctrine of discovery, and just lifting up the indigenous perspective, which is very much in line with Franciscan spirituality. I go back to this, the Thanksgiving address from the Haudenosaunee, and you look at it line by line with the Canticle of Creation that Laudato Si by Pope Francis was based on, and it looks like almost identical. They're like saying the same thing in terms of like honoring, you know, Mother Earth and, you know, and all of the natural, you know, parts of the world. And there's actually, there's a program with Just Faith Ministries. They have the Sacred Land Food and Farming program, and it looks at the indigenous perspective as well as Laudato Si by Pope Francis, and, you know, looks at them and compares them together. And, you know, I had this idea, you know, we went through this like about a year ago, and had this concept of Sacred Lands Coalition, where we're all coming together to show the alignment of these indigenous values with the Franciscan perspective as well, and to see how we can help bring about more of that sustainability and lifting up those indigenous values, which there's so much need for supporting food sovereignty in the US and across the world through those types of perspectives.
I love it, Kelly. I'll build on top of this and just maybe add a question to the panel, and then also to Miriam as well. In thinking about, like, we've talked a little bit about like what some of these faith solutions to build climate resilient food systems are, right? Like for definitely like the integration of values, I think is like a heavy-handed, like we're hitting on that, and that is like our go-to answer, right? But as part of our consultation, we also were able to hear a lot of beautiful different ways that different faith traditions were able to build resilience to both climate and then also food insecurity. And maybe, I know Kelly just name dropped some nice groups work, and maybe to the rest of our panel too, are there additional like groups and solutions that we found really powerful and transformative that we want to lift up in this space as well? I can definitely take the opportunity to say that from Tzuji's side, one thing that we were able to share in the healthy food systems piece was we transformed our medical hospitals to be completely plant-based, right? So recognizing that there's this beautiful intersection between plant-based diets with our own human health, and then also how we produce our food and source our food impacting the climate. We wanted to model to different like organizations and structures that this was feasible and possible, right? That you can have like a top tier hospital that is flourishing, that treats and cares for its patients perfectly well, that is still nutritious, and then is completely plant-based, right? To model the future we advocate for. And so I think that sort of solution is one of the ways that we at Tzuji have been trying to build more climate resilient food systems through imbuing our faith values into the space. And I'd love to hear others reflect on that as well.
Very good question, Steve. Thank you.
Yes, very good question, Steve. Thank you. One example I know, and well, there are several examples that are happening in India that I know that are run by Hindu organizations, but I'm sure all groups in India are doing this, which is around seed banks and trying to revive indigenous food. And specifically, I know one organization called the Govardhan Eco Village in Maharashtra, who we work with quite closely. They are trying to revive ancient rice varieties, because in India you used to have hundreds of different types of kind of rice, and now, because of monoculture, there's like a handful of different kinds of rice that grow in India now, you know, because that's where the money is. And so they're trying to revive all these kinds of other kinds of rice that have medicinal purposes and uses and things like that. And I think those kinds of efforts, you know, kind of people like, that's strange, why are you doing that? You know, and like I know Vandana Shiva was doing seed banks like decades ago, I believe, and you know, and it wasn't really taken that seriously. But I think you see the foresight of that wisdom now, where actually preserving the indigenous food that grows in that land is going to be so important as the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis becomes more acute. And so those are some examples that I know that's going on in India within Hindu groups, but I know other groups will probably be doing it as well.
Food sovereignty. Yeah. Mariam, to answer Steve's question.
Yes, fantastic question, Steve. So I'm trying to rack my brain now, but I think the two ones that come to mind the most. So one of the ladies in the dialogue, Nijad, she was from Kenya. And so she talked about this concept of Islamic farming, which was totally novel to me too. But I think what was really cool about it was that again, the principles behind why you should do something like better farming practices was cross-religious, I feel like. And you could go to any religious tradition and there were principles based on that, where it was essentially just the idea that you should farm in a way where you produce healthier food. So like to Gopal's point about different crops, right? Not just one per se, but then also recognizing that the food you eat is directly related to health illnesses. So for example, in their community, she would talk about that there was a large amount of diabetes and high blood pressure. And so the foods that they would be reliant on turned out that a lot of it was either imported, right? They would buy food, and because they wouldn't necessarily know the right practices for farming anymore. So like, how do you regenerate the soil? How do you make sure you line things up so that irrigation actually works, and et cetera? So that, I feel like that was one of the biggest stories. The other one, which is a real sad one, but I think it's important to raise, and so I appreciated Steve for you bringing this up, that through the MENA dialogues that we had, the most powerful story, I think, was how just not having food sovereignty, like that you all have been talking about, and not having autonomy and the decision-making power for that, is that during wartime. And so within Syria, after the war, or during, because it's actively going on, that you don't have safe access to farming lands, and especially women in that region are also the farmers, like in many other regions. And so because of that, there is no economic opportunity for those families or for those women. And so a lot of them are being reduced to sexual exploitation in order to even get food for their families. Pausing there, because that I feel like for me is the reason why we're here, why we have this summit, why I'm so grateful to this coalition, because if I wasn't for this coalition, I would never have heard the story. And the systems that become adapted and ill-adapted to our active decisions. And there are different values that then become prominent, and the other point of that is that if you look at the entire system, you can get mad at the people pimping out these women, but they also are suffering from a failed system. And they also are using that money to help their families. So who is the real villain, right? And I don't know, but everyone's suffering. And I think that to answer your question, those are the two main stories.
Powerful. Steve, do you want to, since you asked the question, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Miriam pointed out a really important point, right? In that, like, we live in a failed system that is founded on these principles of extraction and exploitation, right? Like, the abuser is both the abuser, but also abused in this situation. And I think oftentimes when we look at things from a very black and white perspective, it's easy to condemn and call blame and shift blame onto individuals. And whereas what we're trying to do here is see the systems approach, right? Like, if the system is failed, how do we build a better system? And what role do faith-based organizations in our ability to step away from the black and whiteness of a situation, right? And recognize the grayness of life, in that, like, we all have this good, evil found within us, and that we have the capacity to do great good, but also terrible things to each other. What kind of systems are we building to incentivize the good that can come? And in working towards those systems, I think we create more climate resilient food systems as well, right?
Brilliant. And Miriam, it was just very powerful, and I'm so glad you paused. I think everyone took that in. Steve, you just spoke about exploitation. Miriam also spoke about that on a different. There are many contexts of exploitation, and when we all speak about systems transformation, is how do you transform a system, right? It's not just putting a Band-Aid. You go back to the roots. You go back to the roots of the system. We are in. All right. Yes, but we are all human, so go back to humanity. What is our root? And I believe that either way, in each part of history or humanity, the connector or our main root is what we believe in, what we are taught to be good, right? And that's a bit, I think, where faith comes. So to transform a system, we need to go back to our roots, right?
The stories we tell ourselves, right?
And even from the very beginning, perhaps we don't remember when we were breastfeeding or when our parents decided perhaps which religion we're going to be introduced to. But I think this is where it comes crucially, the point of faith traditions. To exploit, or for example, we can even have modern slavery in food systems. And that goes anyway. Labor exploitation, human trafficking, debt. And then you need money in order to get food. right? And then is it the right food for your health? We see modern day slavery, as I mentioned, with corn, for example. The tortilla makers, who are often women, are trapped within a modern slavery network. And then they make food for others using the sacred food of the Mayans, basically in a jail, with cooking conditions that are just filled with smoke, right? And then health comes in, smoke comes in for the climate. And then, for example, certain grains, they have this, which produces a disease in you, basically creates more cancer, and that's what they're eating continuously. So we're perpetuating a system without even knowing it. So it's just, we were mentioning before, it's that consciousness, that awareness to awaken that and do these actions that the panel just mentioned, that they would love for you to join them and join them to achieve the needs and the objectives, not only for them, but I think for all of us, right?
Yeah, I think it's a really sweet reflection, Bibi. And maybe in closing out the panel, I'd love to hear maybe closing thoughts from each one of us.
Yes.
And then thinking about what does it mean to be aware of how we're perpetuating a system, and what we'd like to replace that with, right? And maybe that's just a me reflection, and then we'll leave it to everyone else to reflect just on the panel as a whole and maybe closing thoughts. But Bibi waxing poetics, I can go for days and just listen to Bibi. But I would say, at least from my side, there's such a beauty to what happens with life when we live it mindfully. Right? Our founder, Dharma Master Zenyan, often talks about the importance of intentionality as we take action. Right? We may hold these values to be true. I want to be a compassionate person, but because of my nature, I fall into accumulated patterns and habits very easily. Right? And so in order to come back to mindfulness and intentionality, I have to redirect my attention back inwards. Right? And living in a society that demands of my attention outwardly all the time, it's very hard to find that sort of inner stillness, right? So perhaps maybe my closing reflection would be, if we are to build climate resilient food systems, utilizing the wisdom from faith-based groups, it's important to have space for inner reflection and ensure that our lives are adherent to the values we speak to, and then the projects that we're designing integrate those very values into how they're being designed, so that we truly help the people that we're working for.
I'd like to share a quote from a friend of mine, a mutual friend of mine and Gopal's, Sarah Walcott. A couple of years ago, we were having a conversation, and she just said, how do we create a new world while living in the current one? And it always stuck with me. It's we want to create this new world, we want to build this new world, and we don't have it yet. We're currently living in, where we are now, but it always stuck with me. This is sort of the place that we're at, and we always have to keep in mind that we're working towards something bigger. And yeah, the other thing I'd just like to mention with that said is that we do have a couple other Faith and Food Coalition events this week. On Wednesday, we have the Faith Dialogue Informing the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, which is going to be this Wednesday, 10 to 11:30, which is informing the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, which is next week on the 28th. And then on Friday, we have a dialogue. Miriam is going to be continuing the work on the MENA dialogues with women in the Middle East, North Africa region on creating healthy, sustainable food systems. So for me, those are the next steps that I'm looking forward to, and to see what comes out of those. So exciting.
Yeah, I'll say maybe a personal, I think something we can all, I'll offer two suggestions, something we can do personally and institutionally. I think personally, this has been a real learning experience for me the last year and a half or so, working with all of you on food systems. I'm not an expert on food systems. I like to eat food, and that's about it. And I can sometimes cook something. But to, the stories that Miriam shared and the stories that we've all been hearing about and sharing over the last couple of years doing this work has really opened my eyes to the reality of our food systems and just how horrible they are. and so hurtful and destructive on an individual, communal, and planetary level. And so I would really suggest everyone just, when we go out of this venue or get offline, when we go and get our cup of coffee or a sandwich or a morning croissant or whatever we eat next, just think about, where did this come from? You know, who grew this? How did it get to this coffee shop or this restaurant? How did it get to my plate? I think these questions, the answers are often hidden, and they're hidden on purpose. But I think the more we can kind of interrogate those supply chains and understand where our food's coming from is important. So I think that's personally, that's what my invitation to everyone. And the second invitation is that, you know, we are a Faith in Food Coalition. We represent different organizations, different faith traditions. But we're not a closed group, so if people do want to work with our coalition, please get in touch with us. Like Kelly said, we have 2 more events this week. We're doing events throughout the year in different parts of the world and online primarily, but maybe in person at some point. So if you do want to be more involved in these conversations and help us take these conversations into other spaces, please do speak with us, because we are looking for more partners. We are looking to grow this space, and we just like to talk about good food. So, yeah.
Thank you. Miriam?
Yeah, no, thanks for that, guys. I just wanted to say thank you all just for the opportunity to speak, right? And just to, again, elevate some voices. I think that's the best thing that I can think of moving forward, is just to continue having conversation, right? Nothing is insignificant, I think. And last thing, from a faith tradition standpoint, and personally it relates to me too, is that in Islamic faith, there's this idea that everyone is a representative of God on earth. It's called Khalifa for those who may be familiar, but it's one of those things where it's a responsibility, but I also feel like it's an opportunity to not only help us see value in food systems or in any other system in our life, but that there's also value in us. And that sometimes when you're in the day-to-day, you may not feel that value, you may not feel important, you may not feel like you have agency, but that agency is always there. So even in the minutest action you may do, again, that is where the world is, as Steve says. And so I think that just reminding that any decision, any thought, any conversation, any voice that you can help engage with or elevate or promote can make the world a difference. So thank you, everybody.
Wow, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. I don't know how you feel, but I feel as if I'm on a cloud, you know, there, up in the air. And although we're smiling and making this as harmonious as possible, we do have our responsibility in taking this seriously. And I'll finish my intervention. Steve, is something from, Gopal mentioned that this is a learning process, or that you've learned a lot. I've learned certainly a lot. And I also want to thank all of you. And something that I learned from Steve, from his emails, you always finish with gratitude. I added with gratitude and health. But it's how we're grateful, and just taking a moment, reflecting on that and where we're at, who we're surrounded with, and what drives us to continue going in this life. And just for the audience, I have this great, not only seeing the panelists, the audience, but also gratitude, wisdom, and harmony. And I think we've touched on just really informing you, getting yourself informed and open to learning new things. And this is, I think we're all learning each day. And so thank you. Steve?
Yeah, thanks so much, Vivi. Definitely, I think, super grateful for all of you for being in conversation with us, for asking questions, and for really exploring the space with us together. I think we're really excited about this work, and we're so grateful to be able to share it with you. And so on behalf of everyone from the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit, Thanks for being with us. We encourage you to join us for our next session, which is happening at 3:30 today, which is the revolutionary strategies of food sovereignty for historically marginalized communities of color. So we're continuing this conversation, exploring a new dimension, bringing in indigenous leaders to really elevate and our exploration of what is already possible, what is happening on the ground. And with that, I'll close out the panel with gratitude to each and every one of you. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for doing the work, and we'll look forward to seeing you soon. Goodbye. Miriam, bye. We see you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, we're good?
Hello, hello?
Yeah, I heard you.
You heard it?
Yep.
Did you hear it well?
I heard it well.
Jason, and then I'll take over as moderator. Okay. And then, do you have a microphone, or shall I hand?
Just.
Okay,
Yes.
hand off. Okay. Okay, and then you can hand off, you two can hand off that one, we'll hand off this one.
That sounds good.
Okay. Beautiful.
So then after Jason speaks at the end, do we turn it back to you and you do question and
Yeah,
answer?
I'll do Q&A at the
Okay.
end, and I'm gonna, if it's okay with you, Jason, I'll do more of an intro of you at the very beginning after you do the grounding.
Okay.
Why don't you just listen?
It's a good
There,
space.
are we-
It's a good time, guys.
are we
Thank
ready?
you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, we have like three more people downstairs that are still checking in.
Okay.
We want to wait for them.
Oh, that's
and-
great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then if you can just let me just say hello and welcome
Okay.
everyone, and then I'll pass it directly to Beth.
Pass it to Jason. Jason's gonna do a grounding for, or an
okay.
opening, right? And then I'll take over and introduce Allison. We have it planned out from there.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I can stand here. Okay. Am I in frame here? Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't really have to appear. I'm not the highlight of this space.
Yes, you do have to appear.
Yes.
You do. Steve.
Yeah.
This is Steve's show.
Oh, no, please no, Steve.
It's a collaboration.
It's Steve's week.
Oh, it's your birthday week. Wonderful.
This is Steve's version of a birthday
Yeah,
party.
this is how I create
Yes,
a
it's
birthday
kind of
party.
like you. Like,
Yes.
oh, it's my birthday. I'll be of service again. Yes.
Steve, you gotta take a break.
Self-care afterward.
Post. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm here for it.
So Steve was going to wait somebody, right?
I think we'll just wait for one more person to come up and check in, and then we'll start. Okay.
Never mind. I forgot what I was saying. I'm bad.
How did you know? That's why I have to memorize this.
You said in the back.
Oh, God. You got to run to the bathroom.
No.
I'm sure you can.
That's your important. I'm just making sure. You got some right here.
I'm looking forward to witnessing that someday.
Okay.
God, I hope I don't have a witness. Only if I had to like school for like something. It happens. It happens, yes.
I'm gonna double check downstairs and then come back up in a second.
Okay.
Sounds great. We're just gonna breathe here. Get ourselves all excited. Now we're at the end of the session. That's a good question.
I should explain because not a lot of people here under.
We've got 2 guests and then we'll start.
Yeah, I should tell. Right?
Thanks for being with us, guys. We're gonna wait for 2 more guests and then we'll kick it off. I did it. It's a. I have nothing on it.
It'll be more time, yeah.
One shampoo.
It'll fill more time. Just say that the most important part of that being that you work.
Yeah, they have like some smart transfer technology. Sometimes it works, but like.
Well, you don't have to say that. I'll say that.
thank you all for gracing us with your wisdom. I look forward to the conversation that unfolds. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit, hosted here at the Tsuji Center for Compassionate Relief. I'm delighted now to welcome you to our latest panel, which is Revolutionary Strategies. Oh man, here we go. Revolutionary Strategies for Food Sovereignty for Historically Marginalized Communities of Color. And it's my delight to pass it over to Jason Keck to give us a grounding.
So halito chima chukma yakuke ishto chatasia oklasia saho chifo yat nita hacho alikchi saho chifo yat okla hitushka. So that's just a traditional introduction in the Chata Anumpa language that I'm required to give. But the most important part, I basically said where I come from, who I represent. But the most important part of that was Okla Itushka, which means I'm representing all of the people today, which means all of the two-legged people. And because we're talking about the ripple effect of our own health and food sovereignty, I'm also representing those other living beings that we all depend on. And so I want to tell you that this grounding is important for me, it is for you, because traditionally we do not talk at, even when we're teaching. So this is not the cultural system that I'm used to. So by grounding with you, it's more traditional for me that we're working together in dialogue. Even if I'm up here and you're there, this is a grounding that we do with each other. And so the grounding that I've prepared comes from multiple teachings because there's multiple cultures, original cultures that were on this Turtle Island. When I say Turtle Island, I mean the continent as far north as what we call Canada and as far south as what we call Mexico, but even we're related down that chain, central and south, and there's many, many nations represented. So one thing with the different beliefs, the different stories, and the different words and descriptions for our Creator or our higher power, there's some teachings that are agreed upon, and that's that the Creator or higher power, as you believe it or have been taught, gives the two-legged human beings 4 gifts upon birth of entering the world. And those gifts are very specific and intentional. And so the first one is breath. And that's the physical gift. It's a gift that throughout life, breath can help us with our body and illnesses in our body. So I'm going to ask you with me to take in 4 breaths through the nose and out through the mouth. And starting with the first breath. So the second gift is what we would translate to be the good mind. And the good mind is such even some of our traditions up in the Northeast woodlands, tribal areas, their word or translation for the Creator is the good mind. And there's stories that explain why that is. And so the good mind is that mental thing that we understand, or we believe it was understood before our creation, that the mind could be compromised, illnesses, stress, anxieties, depressions, things that are increasing as we advance. And so the good mind was that promise to always be able to go back to it. And so what I do in the grounding is basically simply ask you to close your eyes for a minute and think of those things that you know bring the good mind back to you. It might be a 4-legged relative that you have at home. It might be your children. It might be your siblings. It might be a very good friend. It might even be something as just a good story that you got read to as a child, or a good song. And just think of those things for 4 counts for a minute in silence. So the third gift and the third part of the grounding is the emotional part. And it's we understand that if you just put your hand on your chest, right over the left part of your chest, all of us were given this heartbeat. So in our culture, a lot of us say that's the drum that's been given to each individual. And that's something that's shared across globe. You know, you go to all the continents, there was a drum. So we believe that heartbeat was a intentional gift by the Creator. And so in our culture, the emotional is equally important as the physical and the mental. And so that when you feel heartbreak, when you feel tired, when you feel like you're just going to give up, the good reminder is to touch that thing. And as long as that thing hasn't given up, you can go on, right? That drum is still intact for you. And so that's the grounding for the emotional. And so the last one is spiritual. And I always say we are never taught to impose any spiritual belief or teaching that's not, but what your parents, what your family, what your community has taught. And so, you know, a lot of our translations, our word for the Creator is the great mystery. So whatever that mystery shows up in your culture and your family, our spiritual gift that we're taught is that we were given voice as the fourth gift. And if you ever seen a baby born, the first thing the nurse tries to do is get that baby to scream or cry and show that voice. So we believe that voice is our spiritual connection where we can vocally pray, we can sing our prayer. If it gets desperate, we can scream our prayer like, please have pity on me or take care of me. But whatever it is, it's that connection where those things asked for can be heard. And so one of the things I've learned from many beliefs is that most of the teachings of those beliefs have in common love. Love as a concept, as a context, as a pursuit. And so I'm going to ask you to use your voice with me in unison and look around the room and just very calmly say, I love you. So together, I love you. And hopefully we are grounded. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. You've just heard from one of our wonderful panelists for this afternoon, Jason Keck, who's the co-founder with his wife of 7 Directions of Service, coming to us from North Carolina. Very grateful to have you with us, Jason, and also Dr. Crystal Cavalier Keck. Thank you very much. So grateful that you are both here, and it's important to know that Jason is the president of the Alamance County Native American Caucus and the communication director of 17 Rivers, North Carolina chapter of the American Indian Movement, and we'll hear more from Jason later. And we'll also hear a land acknowledgement from Dr. Cavalier Keck later in our panel. But first, I'd like to welcome all of you, both our live audience here this afternoon and all of the people on Zoom and watching from all around the world, to the Tzu-Chi Holistic Climate Solutions Summit, which I believe is the most important part of Climate Week NYC 2022. No bias, but that's the way it is. And so my name is Beth Blissman, and I have the gift and the privilege every day of serving as the United Nations representative for the Loreto community, a small but spunky group of Catholic sisters and lay people from many different traditions and religions, and some of no faith, who are involved primarily in the US, but we also have sisters in Pakistan and sister communities in both Ghana and Guatemala. Deeply grateful to be here this afternoon moderating this session, and we have a great time planned for you. We are going to learn so much, which is appropriate because it's Leadership Day as well for the Transforming Education Summit going on simultaneously right now over at the United Nations during high-level week of the UN General Assembly. And I'm deeply, deeply grateful to have met a new friend in the past 24 hours, Reverend Dallas Conyers from South Carolina, who is going to share a word about inclusive networking with us to help start things off. And I need to note that Reverend Conyers is a vibrant community health activist. Her work is centered in helping people to be able to live out their creation purpose with a healthy body in a healthy environment. She leads intersectional conversations, workshops, and panels on topics that include the intersections of health, faith, environment, justice, climate equity, and racism. She works as the Senior Projects and JEDI Manager for the Southeast Climate and Energy Network. She's the International Liaison for the United States Climate Action Network, USCAN, collaborator for the Black Church Green Movement, and a board member of the Climate Advocacy Lab and USCAN. Over to you, Dallas.
Thank you, Beth, and thank you, Dr. Cavalier and Mr. Keck, for allowing me to speak on your panel. I come here today as part of the SEN Network, Southeast Climate and Energy Network, where we envision the Southeastern United States as the leading region for just, equitable, and inclusive solutions for the climate crisis. We work with our member organizations to achieve this through strategic alignment, growing capacity, and building power among our member organizations and within their communities. And I am especially a proponent of this work because it takes community to create thriving communities. The individual is so important, our actions are so important, but it's really about the collective impact that we generate and that intentionality behind working together that we focus on within the Southeast Climate and Energy Network and all the other networks that I work in. Because I have the opportunity of being the international liaison for USCAN this year, I have seen how our international climate conversations often do not touch upon the realities of the communities that they are supposed to be serving and talking about. There is a very big disconnect in the conversations I have with my local level work with SEN versus those conversations that I've been witness to and been a part of during the UNFCCC process. And to me, that is not only unfortunate, it's dangerous. There is nobody in this room and increasingly less people in this world who can deny the emergency status of the climate crisis right now. And we simply do not have time to continue to employ methodologies that are not working or that we know take too long. This is not the time for business as usual. This is the time to be innovative. This is the time to listen to our communities, what they need and how they need it done. Because guess who is the expert on the community? The person living in them. And therefore, we need to revamp our methodologies to not just say, hey, we showed up, we said hello, we hosted an event, and then we left and we kept doing what we did. We need to have times where we go in, we make connections, we visit networks that do those on-the-ground connections. We actually listen to them when they propose their solutions. And those solutions aren't usually implemented, not because they don't work or would not work, they're not implemented because they're under-resourced. And unfortunately, with many communities, especially communities of color, because climate racism is real, communities of color are under-resourced not because they're lazy, not because they're ignorant, and not because they just shouldn't be a part of the solution process. Communities of color are often under-resourced because it's a systemic racism being charted out. And systemic racism is just that. It's a cogs in the wheel thing that just happens whether or not a person or people in a group are racist. It's that the system in itself is set up to ensure certain regulatory outcomes that are repeated not only in one instance, but intergenerationally. And we see that in something as simple as funding. We see that where the climate community receives billions of dollars of funding throughout its community, but I think it's less than 5% of that goes to the most affected groups. So those organizations that are led by people of color get about 5% of those dollars. But the front lines are traditionally communities of colors. And we won't even get into redlining and why we are the front lines, right? We won't get into that systemic oppression and racism. We won't get into the fact that EJ communities are redlined into being EJ communities, right? So now we have major systems that say we're placing these polluting industries and corporations and facilities in places of color. We are regulating where people are allowed to live and build their homes. And we're regulating it whether or not they are people of color or not, and we just happen to be placing them with the facilities that are polluting them. And then we're funding organizations, and we're saying some things like, hey, if you weren't funded 100 years ago by our organization, you can't even apply for a grant now. That's systemic. That's systemically making sure that certain people cannot get funded. And then let's talk about language. And this is going into, I'm going to get to my point. This is why inclusive talks are necessary, because it's not only about making sure that the expert, the community member who is an expert on their community and what needs to be done is at the table. It's also about attribution. Because the fact of the matter is, we should be consulting people who managed to live for thousands of years without destroying the planet, meaning Native communities. We should be employing their practices because they successfully lived within the earth and on the earth and among all creation without simultaneously destroying it. So we should be learning from them. And we have found that even though they didn't have scientific models in creating them, they are very scientifically practical. So we should be listening to them, but we should also be attributing them for that work because it goes to social standing. And the reason why social standing is important, if you look at the difference between how we phrase resourcing communities of color versus resourcing communities that are not of color, AKA white. We call it aid and assistance when we have government funds going to communities of color. We call it resourcing when we have government funds going to white communities. And that creates this dichotomy of one is receiving because they're needy and the other is receiving because they're deserving. So attribution is especially important. And then we also need the people not only to be attributed, to be present. So not only the heart and spirit of what they are given is given into the solution process, but also the word of it, the honor of it, and the way it's implemented. Because we've all seen how you do things in a certain way and you check the boxes, but it doesn't come out right. And so you really should have had the planner there to make sure it's done right. So when we listen to people and we take from them and we take from their heritage and we take from their knowledge, we need to make sure that those same people are in the room. We need to make sure that they're attributed for being the source of that information and the source of that knowledge. And we need to also make sure that they are also seen as deserving of resources, not aid, not just assistance, because they're not needy. They are just as deserving as everybody else to be supported. So inclusive networking is monumentally important, not just because it's morally right, because it's efficient, because it will help us solve the climate crisis. And I don't know about you, I want the climate crisis to be solved, and I need it to be done soon, because I like breathing air. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Conyers. What a wonderful opening. And thank you for reminding us and noting our injustices are systemic. And as we think about the worldview shifting that needs to occur on everyone's part, especially those of us with white skin privilege, key aspects of that worldview shifting include spiritual journeys, include our language, include who we see at the tables with us and who isn't there and who needs to be invited there. And yeah, just incredibly insightful opening. Deeply appreciate your words. And now to take us even deeper into the discussion of climate justice and food systems, I'm deeply, deeply grateful to be able to introduce Dr. Crystal Cavalier-Keck, who is the other co-founder of 7 Directions of Service with her husband, Jason. She's a citizen of the Occaneechi Band of the Saponi Nation in Burlington, North Carolina. It's important to note that Crystal is a member of the 2020 cohort of the Sierra Club's Gender Equity and Environment Program and Women Earth Alliance, WEA Accelerator for Grassroots Women Environmental Leaders. And she is the founder of the North Carolina Coalition of Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Persons. Crystal recently completed her doctorate in organizational leadership at the University of Dayton. Having walked that path myself, I know it's no easy path to trod, so let's give her a little round of applause for that accomplishment. Yes, her dissertation focused on the social justice issue of missing murdered Indigenous women and people in gas, oil, pipelines, and frontline communities. Her current projects focus on the burden, exposure, risk, and health disparities among American Indians in environmental justice communities. Also, Crystal is working on inequities in our food system, which of course continuously and continually disproportionately burden communities of color. Dismantling these inequities is imperative to achieving a sustainable food system, food justice, and ultimately a sustainable and inclusive world for us all. Over to you.
Mekudamin Chin Kiohe, Nahon Pipi say, Mima Crystal, Mima Okanichi Saponi, Mima Mebin, Mima Yesa Watiwa. So what I did was I just gave a little bit of an introduction in my traditional language. Even though this is not my traditional homelands, this is the homelands of the Lenape, Rockaway, and Canarsie, who occupy what is now called New York City. There could be hundreds of other tribes out here that I do not know of, but these are the 3 that I know of, and I just want to welcome you to this land. And I just want to give you a couple of facts and figures, so if you could put up my slides, please. And I promise I'm not going to bore you to death with slides. So I need to give you a little bit of background knowledge about our indigenous people here of North America. And I would like to say that at one time, people were indigenous to somewhere. And, you know, you connect with your land and you remember ancestral connections. So prior to European arrival here of North America, our indigenous people had diverse, regionally unique food resources. Each tribe group had specifically culturally developed methods of food procurement, hunting, fishing, gathering, farming, preservation, and distribution. Now, in North America, our people created a diverse social systems and ceremonies that supported and enhanced food security within our respective communities and that our relationships to the natural world. But during a European and eventually American settlement of North America, it displaced many of our indigenous peoples from our lands. And it also displaced a lot of our resources, resulting in the lack of access to traditional foods and widespread food insecurity. And now we have to rely on foods that are packed full of preservatives. Attempts to assimilate indigenous people into a Euro-American society included considerable efforts to change their diets and our methods of food procurement or production. And this altered our relationship to food. We initiated new ways of interacting with the natural environment and undermined our ability to maintain sustainable food practices and systems. The introduction of new foods such as trade goods, rations, or through the dominance of a European dietary preference, it has damaged the health and well-being of our people. While increased dependency on commercial foods systems has undercut a lot of our indigenous food security. Now, today, current efforts in our communities we're trying to address poor nutrition, ill health, and food insecurity, and it often necessitates confronting the underlying and intertwined issues of colonization and food and identity sovereignty. So again, through this presentation, Jason and I, we're going to talk about exercising food sovereignty, strengthening indigenous cultures, and reinforcing indigenous values to maintain part of a political sovereignty. So the next slide. So finding our roots. So here you see, that's my husband Jason and I. We're going to be in an upcoming documentary called Duality. And here, Jason and I, we started off with a small indigenous garden because like Winona LaDuke said, food sovereignty is an affirmation of who we are as indigenous peoples and one most sure-footed way is to restore our relationship with the world around us. So having your relationship with the natural world, it is very important. And so from the beginning, we started off with 4 raised garden beds, and we've expanded to 13? 13 raised beds that we're trying to introduce into our community to help people understand their ties back. We're bringing back traditional corn, beans, and squash, which are called the 3 sisters, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. We'll talk about that later. But we're trying to introduce that back into our community to try to help people reconnect, grow their healthy foods without pesticides and toxins. Next slide. So all of these policies kind of roll into indigenous food sovereignties, right? These are the systems. So what are we doing? We're trying to freely develop and implement self-determining definitions of food sovereignty, right? From indigenous farmers, traditional ecological knowledge, climate policy, rematriation, and the list goes on. We need to cultivate, access, and secure nutritious, culturally essential food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods. And we also need to design and maintain food systems and enact policies that advance our tribal communities for ensuring tribal citizens have the sustenance they need to physically, mentally, socially, and culturally thrive, not just for today, but for the next 7 generations to come. Because you see, we always prepare for the next generation. Next slide. So food sovereignty indicators and well-being, community health and well-being. So by founding 7 directions of service, my husband and I, we collect data, educate our own people and others, and try to discuss treaty rights that were made before the formation of the United States, especially here on the East Coast. You hear about treaty rights out west, but you really don't hear a lot about the treaty rights here of the East Coast. That is because our treaties were made with the King or Queen of England. And usually the United States, they do not recognize those treaties. And it's been really difficult to try to get those treaties back. Some tribes have gotten those treaties back, but unfortunately for tribes in North Carolina, we have not gotten those treaties. So we're trying to have conversations to have the formal government acknowledge those rights. Alongside efforts to adapt and ensure resilience in the face of local change, political activism, it is also a huge part of the picture, as it can prevent some development and ensure that tribes and tribal communities maintain control over their lands. And so you can see that from Jason and I, we're actively fighting against this pipeline that's coming through West Virginia, and North Carolina called the Mountain Valley Pipeline. And that's one of the ways that we've been trying to take our sovereignty back by talking about this pipeline and how it's coming through a lot of our sacred burial mounds, a lot of our communities. They're digging up a lot of our relatives and ancestors just for greed, right? So for many indigenous groups, environmental health and human health are deeply intertwined. And as for many groups, it makes little sense to talk about environmental health and human health separately because we are so deeply intertwined and connected with the land, with community cohesion and traditional food security being equally vital. Part of this revolution that is coming involves reawakening traditional connections to the land, which have been eroded in recent centuries due to different types of colonization. So just imagine from different continents, how people are colonized, by another group of people. It's kind of an assimilation policy, even though they don't know that's what it is. but it was assimilation. And part of this policy was taking stewardship out of the environment of our hands. And you can see this in many communities. And it leaves our communities, especially here in North America, locked in a cycle of trauma and cultural loss, along with drug and alcohol abuse that usually comes along with this type of colonization. So we must be part of breaking that cycle, which is getting that respect back for the environment. Now, indigenous and BIPOC communities experience high rates of food insecurity as a byproduct of settler colonial activities, which include forced relocation to rural reservations, degradation of traditional subsistence patterns, such as killing off the bison, and and salmon, that's right. Many indigenous communities have worked to revitalize their local food systems by pursuing food sovereignty, regularly expressing as the right and responsibility of people to have access to healthy and culturally appropriate foods while defining their own food systems. Now, food sovereignty is a promising approach for improving health because, again, the health of your food determines the health of the people who are eating it. Now, over the last few centuries of this disruption, our indigenous food systems have many of our old traditional varieties have left our communities. So a lot of our elders are passing away and not passing that indigenous knowledge forward. Now you see a lot of our traditional cultural things or seeds being stewarded by non-native farmers or seed keepers. In addition, many of these traditional seeds have been stewarded or stored within public or private collections, institutions, and organizations such as public seed banks, universities, museums, and seed companies. Now, we are working on a sovereignty movement to recognize the need for these seeds to be in a living context. We can't think about this as just a seed. These are actual relatives. In an era of displacement and acculturation, some of these varieties were completely lost in their communities of origin. Just like now, we were gifted the Tuscarora white corn by Angela from Onondaga Nation. She brought down the seeds, the Tuscarora white, and so we were able to gift them to different tribal nations in our communities. Okay, so the next slide is talking about habitat destruction. So this slide here is a picture of the black bear in North Carolina, so you guys can see the range map. So you see in the white part is where there's no bears living. And the different colors talks about different times of this habitat that has been destroyed. So this is just one of the destructions that has happened to our bears, and now they're actually coming back. So we've seen quite a lot of bear in our community. They're traveling from the coast to the mountains and back and forth. One thing I wanted to point out was until 1899, we actually had bison in North Carolina, but it was actually, it went extinct in 1899. The settlers killed it. And so we no longer have buffalo. So those are one of the destructions of habitat that we see because of overhunting, pollution, deforestation, and then pipelines that are coming through. Another habitat destruction because of the pipeline is the brown-nosed bat, as well as there's a couple of mussels that are going to become extinct because of the pipeline. So our elders, which are our knowledge holders, have been observing all along the effects of development on our lands. Now the science supports their knowledge, because before, science did not support traditional ecological knowledge. So again, we are changing the way we are working with colonization, and they're actually listening to indigenous people now. Next slide, please. So waterway rerouting. So many people know this as dams. And so this is a picture of the, I don't know the exact name of this dam, but it's in the, where do we go? The Nez Perce tribe, what are they called? Nimipu. So this is one of the dams that's in the Nimipu area. And It's in Idaho, and this dam actually stops the spawning of their salmon swimming upstream. And let me get to my notes. Sorry, y'all.
And when we met their elders, they had stories of when you could actually walk on the backs of salmon and pick them out of the river. So there was no fishing them. It was just asking them to nourish your people.
So because of things like this waterway rerouting, abundant species of plants and animals that call these spaces home are disappearing. Flourishing toxic algae blooms threaten the health and rivers of the people who live near them. As temperatures surge because of climate change, there's even less water to go around. Much of the climate crisis, is caused by climate breakdown, but decades of overuse have made issues worse, as larger shares of water are diverted to supply agricultural land and urban consumption. For example, California water authorities have been slow to implement key rules, even though they are required by law to review these regulations every 3 years. Now, everything we need comes from the river, says one Melissa Tabia, a leader of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. Water is alive, and we can't live without it. If the salmon are going extinct, so are we. She mentions that her ancestors stewarded these shores for thousands of years before white settlers pushed them from their villages and divided up the rights to the river resources. In 2021, how you say her name? Tayabi and her tribe were able to repurchase the land, but in recent times, the watershed's ecosystem has dramatically changed. So what is at stake? Our people are literally at stake because they sit on the land that they are already grounded in. You lose your culture, you lose ties to your people, and that's called genocide. So we are actively in a cultural genocide when people can no longer access the lands that they once, or their ancestors once, inhabited. Next slide. Land pollution, mining, and toxic waste. So this map here is a map of the region where I live in North Carolina. And you can see there are very many different types of sites: gold mine, iron ore, lithium, titanium, uranium, everything. And our indigenous people are suffering around the world disproportionately from the impacts of pollution. There are mounting cases worldwide where indigenous people and marginalized and communities of color of range, they have ill health that are linked to pollution, such as certain cancers, respiratory diseases, high rates of miscarriage, and kidney disease. Not a lot of people know that all of these things are happening in their environment, and it could be potentially the problems that they're undertaking. In the past, many of these infrastructures associated with pollution, such as mines and pipelines or waste incinerators, were located on indigenous land. And the water contamination has resulted in greater exposure to mines, especially among American Indians, than any other population, especially out in the Four Corners, or the Four Corners, which is in the Dene, or they commonly called Navajo, but the Dene. American Indians in the western United States live within 10 kilometers from an abandoned mine, having an increased likelihood of elevated exposures to several pollutants. Again, there are many here on the East Coast, but because our tribes were not formally recognized by the United States during the formation of the United States, you don't hear a lot of those because our people have acculturated and lost their way of life. Now, for some indigenous people, harvesting and consuming traditional foods such as fish and wildlife may be impacted by this pollution, and they have an attachment to ancestral lands that may have cultural benefits that make them willing to take certain risks despite the dangers for their health. So I'll give you a personal story. I used to work for the federal government in D.C. at Homeland Security and then for the Department of Defense. And I have 3 children, and I really did not think raising them in a city was beneficial. I wanted them to experience the outdoors like I did as a child. I moved home knowing that I would give up a really nice government salary to North Carolina. There's not many jobs there, but I had faith, and I just moved home. That's where I met my husband, Jason. So, but I I moved home, and I couldn't understand why I had this calling or this homesickness to go home. Like, this was the land that had been in my family for 300 years. And the older I've gotten, the more I feel attached to this land. And I just couldn't understand why, right? You know, I remember being a teenager, being like, oh, I'm ready to go. There's no satellite out here. I can't watch cartoons. You know, being a teenager, like, it's nothing to do in the rural. But the older I got, the more I wanted to go home. And my husband told me this is a word called Otiwate, which is the Lakota meaning the place where your mother broke water. Now, even though my mom did not have birth on the land, I still came from Alamance County, and that is the place where I had memories of my grandparents and my parents and aunts and uncles, and I just had a really great time, and I really wanted to be home. Now, we have a pipeline coming through my hometown, 5 miles from where I live, and I don't want to move because that is the place where my ancestors were. We originally came from the Ohio River Valley area, but over the last 500-600 years, we called the between North Carolina and Virginia home. The Appalachian Mountains, and well, in the Piedmont too. But that's just your home place. That is where my ancestors are buried. You know, I want to be close to them. You know, just pray with them, pray for them, things like that. So again, we have to understand that regardless of concerns for high rates of cancer and respiratory diseases in our communities, people just want to they're willing to take those certain risks because, one, they may not have the funds to move, but two, they're culturally tied to that land. Next slide, please. So this slide here, I want to talk about climate adaptation. So there can be no more hiding, no more denying. Global heating is supercharging extreme weather at an astonishing speed. This analysis has recently revealed how human-caused climate breakdown is accelerating the toll of extreme weather across the planet. If you don't believe me, look at the supercharged thunderstorms that are coming through. Look at the hurricanes. We haven't had a hurricane hit North Carolina, not this season, and usually that's really odd by now. We've had at least 12 or 13 hurricanes that have come through, and I believe there's only been 4 or 5 that have come up on the Atlantic Ocean. Now, again, people across the world are losing their lives and their livelihoods due to more deadly and more frequent heat waves, floods, wildfires, droughts triggered by the climate crisis. Food insecurity is defined as a lack of stable access to sufficient and nutritious food is a global public health priority due to its relationships. And this is a huge problem, food insecurity. Now, tribes have always been adapting to climate change, but we have to adapt even faster. So for thousands of years, indigenous people of the East Coast would build rock walls at low tide lines, allowing sand to pile up behind them, making the slope of the beach gentler and expanding the area in the zone to try to help like clams, oysters, to try to trap fish. So this is a picture of the Nasmon Indian Nation in Virginia. They are growing, they're called spat, which are baby oysters, and they have grown beautifully and they're ready to be rounded up. And from here, they will be transplanted to a sanctuary reef where they will continue to grow and increase local oyster populations. This way they can help clean and filter the river water. But because of climate change and pollutants, these oysters died off, and you can't really eat oysters that are coming out the river because they're contaminated. And so this is just the plan of the Nasmon to ensure the ongoing prosperity of their people in the face of climate change, whether they know it or not. They were one of the first Native communities, and really one of the first communities, period, to make climate adaptation a priority. So Jason and I have been talking to other tribes along the East Coast about how they need to adapt to the changing climate in our West, but they have that down pretty much. Again, indigenous people have unique connections to the land and are feeling impacts the earliest and most severely. One study found that coastal indigenous communities eat 15 times as much seafood as non-indigenous people in the same country. Food that is being heavily impacted by everything from pollution to warming of waters and ocean acidification. I can't even pronounce that word. Yeah. Again, the far north buildings are collapsing and indigenous communities are relocating as the permafrost thaws, and the traditional practices like the Sami are with the reindeer herding are now being threatened as winter snow changes to freezing rain, which locks up winter forage like lichens under ice. So their populations are dying out. Just happening all over the world in different communities. And I've seen an elder standing on their cemetery in the Pacific Island, and it was covered with water because they can't bury their people there anymore. These communities that have relied on the land for generations, building an intimate knowledge of the natural cycles of plants, animals, and weather. And unlike the traditional Western worldview or American worldview, that humanity can and should seek dominion over the environment, indigenous populations tend to view humanity as a part of the interconnected whole. We knew if we impacted one part of the web, the whole thing could fall apart. We put our non-human relatives first, meaning the trees, the sky, the water. We don't treat them as objects to be studied in a lab. We revere them. Next slide. So finally, before I turn it over to my husband, I wanted to briefly talk to you about rematriation. The coupling of foodways and identity begins with a fundamental relationship to the land. You have to have a connection with the place where you are growing. You have to have your feet in the dirt to pick up ancestral energy. Urban community gardens also help restore links to the land. So here in New York and major cities, you can have community gardens that were once disrupted by government policies and programs. The most devastating of those practices were federal boarding schools that we see that people are uncovering now, which removed hundreds of thousands of indigenous children from their families for forced assimilation. Now, going back to rematriation, this term describes an instance where land, air, water, animals, plants, ideas, and ways of doing things are living purposefully returned to their original natural context. Generations later, these seeds, like you see here, are now coming back home from these vaults of public institutions. But we have to keep it up. We have to keep talking to them that these seeds have been waiting for loving hands to patiently place them into the welcoming soil once more so they can continue to fulfill their original agreement to help feed the people. In this seed movement, many communities, including my own, have the responsibility for carrying the seeds. And this is what Jason and I have been trying to teach our youth, teach our elders, to help people understand and realize that because of colonization and assimilation, the men took it over. That used to be a woman's role. But we are teaching and helping many communities understand that both men and women farm and plant seeds, but they care and their stewardship are part of the woman's bundle. So the word rematriation reflects the restoration of the feminine seeds back into the communities of origin. The indigenous concept of rematriation refers to reclaiming ancestral remains, spirituality, culture, knowledge, and resources instead of the more patriarchal association of repatriation. Again, it simply means back to Mother Earth, a return to our origins, to life and co-creation, rather than patriarchal destruction, colonization, a reclamation of germination, the life-giving force of the divine female. So that is my speech. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it to my husband.
You did great, by the way. Thank you. So we're a good partnership because we complete each other's strengths and weaknesses. I am not a PhD, but I have a lot of knowledge, book knowledge, because I come from a mother, Afro-Indigenous mother, who escaped her generational trauma through books. And those books actually led her in through the civil rights movement. And through the civil rights movement is how I was born. My family always jokes and say I was a love child of the civil rights movement. So my first books as a post-infant were Black liberation or indigenous resistance. That's what I grew up on. as a child. And so now I have the life experience, and we're doing the work. And so what I tend to do, because when you learn the facts and the bullet points, it's kind of gloom and doom. And even when you read the papers, and I think it's strategic that government or controllers or powers that be want that paper to be very scary, and it's not that it's not true. It's a climate emergency. If the president right now won't say it, I'll say it for him. We know it's a climate emergency, but instead of just writing that and trying to shock your people, I mean, I thought elected leaders were supposed to be like, but I have the solution. And the things I don't know, I'm finding the people that don't know. I'm going to the scientists. I'm going to the people that have dealt with this for centuries and generations. And so what I'm letting you know is they already look at my wife and I as kind of like going against the grain. And so you guys are actually the ones that can take this message out. So like I can say something on Twitter, TikTok, or one of those things. I can put it on there and it'll reach maybe 50 to 500 people. Almost like the algorithm only wants it in my safe space of people that already agree with me. Yeah. But you are the ones that can take it out and put it viral. And what I want you to understand is we have the solutions. They know we have the solutions. And what needs to change. And first of all, I'll say the reason we know they know we have the solutions is because, like my wife said, in the last 2, 3 to 5 years, they've been asking for our help. So you know about the California fires, right? So for generations, indigenous people of California have been saying, stop telling us that we can't do our indigenous fire knowledge. They had fire knowledge, which meant they did small burns on the landscape that would kill the invasive things and promote the medicine and the healthy things. The laws were like, no, now the government's coming back and saying, can you teach us some of that stuff that y'all used? They're doing, indigenous people in Australia are doing the same thing. We know that buffalo that they almost exterminated to starve us out and weaken our warriors when we were putting up resistance, they're finding that those buffaloes, if left free to roam, instead of like those cows that are just sitting there and they're causing emissions, those buffaloes, healthier and more dignity to the animal, but also those buffaloes, we know from our stories, always ate the medicines, the healthiest thing on the landscape. So when they ate those things, they actually promoted them to keep growing, even on plains and desert conditions. And when we eat those things, our immune system actually boosts, right? So it's actually like there's a word that used to be in the Plains natives language that cow was a lazy buffalo. They wouldn't eat the lazy buffalo because, and I'll tell you this, they wouldn't hunt the lazy buffalo because there's no dignity, there's no honor in hunting something that's just sitting there waiting for you. So that's just one concept that we got to get rid of. We got to get back to respecting the food. You know, a lot of our stories talk about the food and the elements and the people. We were all in council at one time. We all spoke this common language, right? And it was when the two-legged, in some of the stories, got greedy and didn't appreciate its relatives that they stopped speaking the language to us. And we can they had a council somewhere, and the trees and all of those things will no longer speak to us. And so a lot of our traditional elders will say, but if you as your own individual quiet yourself, learn to respect them, honor them, ask them for nourishing you instead of just killing and taking them in numbers that are way tragic, you might learn that language again and they might start speaking to you again. But to me, it's not enough as an individual. It has to be systemic. And so what I'll tell you about, so she talks about the food and those direct strategies. But the direct strategies don't work if we only have a few people doing it and we're only allowed to have a few people doing it. It's kind of got to become like a all hands on deck. And just like how when they say, oh, well, you can't get rid of fossil fuels completely because the whole grid is dependent on it. Yeah, but you could take those trillions of dollars that you guys have just been raking in and fund the solution and slowly, shift this thing, right? It's the same thing with the food. We start respecting the food, then we start speaking out about massive killing of an animal. Just massive, over-the-top killing of an animal being born into existence and just shelved to die to be on our plate. There was a time where every two-legged human being knew that was wrong, and we shifted that. And so what I'll tell you, that another thing that every two-legged human being knew was wrong, poverty. So a lot of times, and I don't want to get political, I'm not even going to go there, because it's less important to people of poverty than, sports. You know what I'm saying? It's like socialism versus capitalism is less important to the poor individual than right versus left, red versus blue, Democrat versus, I'm poor. You guys figure that out and come up with a solution so I'm no longer poor. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to tell you politically, but I will tell you that our current national political system of democracy was copied off a very well thought out, centuries-long tenet called the Great Law of Peace. And it was what the Haudenosaunee relatives of the Great Lakes had designed for all those nations that were warring around the Great Lakes at one time. They figured out this Great Law of Peace. And there was a very specific clan system. And so this thing was designed to be almost infallible, but you know what the patriarchy did? They said, we'll take your great idea, but we won't copy that the women got a say. We won't copy that the vulnerable got a say. In the Great Law of Peace, all genders, all levels of status, they didn't really have class. It wasn't poor or rich. It was like, you come from a family that has led for generations. You come from a family that has just assisted the tribe and the community for generations. But there was no economic difference in that, right? You notice all our leaders get paid very well to do what they do, even though they're supposed to be operating in our best interest. So in the old days, in those clan systems of the Great Law of Peace, a chief or a clan mother were condoled into their leadership. Condoled, I didn't know this until maybe 5 years ago, and I studied this. I audited Native American, African American history 20 years ago, and they don't teach you this. Of course, you're getting taught your stuff by other people, right? But I went up, when my wife went up and got that seed, it was explained to us that condoled isn't like an honorable term like elected. Condoled means the tribe is giving you its condolences already, because you got to sacrifice your family and everything for the benefit of the people. So we're saying thank you for sacrificing your life for us, and we'll do the best to make it a good choice for you. So your children did get educated, your children did get fed, but your whole life was about making sure those people were all right. So that's just one little switch, right? And so the other thing I've noticed, and the thing that's going to have to change, and these are the messages that you're going to have to spread, because I only got 500 tops in my algorithm that I can affect, is you got to teach these leaders of ours, I'll say ours, I vote for them too, to not be so ego and not be so afraid to admit they're wrong. So in every other science we have in this culture, from mental illness, neurodiversity and behavior science, addiction therapy, addictions, alcoholism, drug addictions. When you get that treatment, and I know because I've been through it, it's all about admitting your mistakes, strengthening that muscle, and not repeating them again. But what do we tell our elected people? Don't ever say you're wrong. Don't ever admit weakness. And always act like you're right, even when you terrible decisions, right? Terrible decisions. Flint, Michigan, poisoning people with the water, and then going to the people and saying, "Oh, but there's a rationalization, there's an excuse." No, there's no rationalization, there's an excuse. No, unless those people poison their own water, you, the elected leader, supervising over that corporation, supposedly holding them accountable, are accountable. But we can't get them to do that unless everybody says they need to do that, right? That was always the way. In indigenous leadership, if a chief or established leader did wrong, it was those grandmothers, those clan mothers that could all get together and say, that man is being ego. He's being not for the people. They would literally dehorn, it was a saying, to dehorn that authority and pick the next person who showed the traits of compassion for the people. What if we elected people like that? Didn't matter if you had $1 billion election campaign strategy. Like, people just looked at how you grew up, said, this guy cares about the people. They lead. Or this gal, or this non-specific gendered person. You know what I'm saying? It's like we need to forcefully make that happen. Because if we don't forcefully make that happen, all the work that we're trying to do, all those solutions that we already know work, all the food sovereignty, it has less of a shot. Because if it's systemic, we've already said it's not, the systemic works racism when the people don't even have to be racist. I always tell people, when you got, like, they always say, well, this elected person is racist. And I'm like, maybe, but I think it's less about him really caring about race and more about caring about his pocket. So if he can screw my whole tribal community, is that
It's not a curse.
okay. If he can do something negative to my whole tribal community to make a buck, it's nothing personal, right? It's just an extra buck. Doesn't matter if my kids have asthma or my mom gets cancer early, right? So it's less about, so that's why I say about the systemic. The systemic is, it worked, dividing us and oppressing us had worked so well centuries before. And if you got generations of those grandchildren and descendants that aren't willing to say, I made a mistake and I'm sorry, then there is no reevaluation, there is no reconciliation, there is no regulation that says, no, these people do not get to be in this condition simply because they're the grandchildren of formerly enslaved people, or simply because you're the grandchildren of formerly genocided people, this is your destiny. Like, that starts with an apology. That starts with one of these billion-dollar, generationally wealthy elected officials saying, if no one's gonna do it, I'll be the first. Wouldn't that be an amazing thing if one of them just said, I don't care, red, blue, green, whatever your party, I just want to be the first human being to say, we blew that, and let's not blow that again, you know what I mean? Then you kind of like see people eye to eye and like, okay, he's willing, usually it's a he, that's not willing to admit that mistake. He's willing to admit that mistake. Maybe he's earned that forgiveness. It's always expected the forgiveness before you even apologize for the mistake. It's like, hey there, brown people of color. Hey there, people that built our, Asian folks that built our train system, that built, I've heard stories about Asian ancestors that we brought over, put in a mine with dynamite, and sometimes the wick would just go. Imagine signing up for a job, kissing your kids goodbye, knowing you're gonna go down the hole with some dynamite. Now, obviously a bad idea. I never heard any leader apologize. Usually they'll say, well, I'm not my grandfather, my great-grandfather, my great-grandfather. Wasn't me. I'm not saying that. I'm saying apologize on behalf of your ancestors so we can move forward. Apologize on behalf. If it's not you, then why be defensive? And I'm way off of food, huh? Okay.
Yeah, let me get that hook. Let me get that hook.
Okay, sorry. Well, it's because these strategies work hand in hand. So 4 minutes. What I always tell people is these things are all connected. Racial injustice, gender injustice, class injustice, environmental injustice. They're all together. And the way that they mess us up is they say, oh, no, that's a different fight. Oh, you're advocating for Asians that are getting violence because of COVID. Well, that's not the black liberation battle of protecting children that are getting killed by law enforcement. And that's surely not the indigenous resistance battle of trying to get land back and just dignity and respect for genocide. They separate these things. Oh, we're picking who you can marry or who you can hold hands with in public, but that's not the same fight as we're putting a pipeline through your backyard. It's all the same thing. And as long as they keep dividing those fights, they're gonna have us scrambling. So even if you don't believe in what that next thing is, if you don't believe in that other culture, or if you don't believe in that other choice, still fight for it. Because when you fight for it, then when the fight's in your neighborhood, they're gonna come back and fight for you. And I say fight, but it's not, we don't have to fight. Violence never got us anywhere if we don't know that by history. If we all stand in a line, holding the hands, unmovable, it's not a fight. It's
a protest. The UN word is intervention. We have interventions that look very much so like protests.
yes, but it doesn't have to be a fight. It can be us simply telling the elected leaders, you guys blew it. You guys ain't willing to admit mistake. You guys are letting this plane crash into the ground, letting this big, beautiful grandmother Earth burn, and the people are ready for something else. We're gonna dehorn you.
We gotta give it to Beth now.
Okay. So I want to thank you for your time. I know I ran away with the vessel. Most of the time, I am doing the physical work of the food sovereignty. So I like to talk about the things that will actually strengthen that work, which is all of it.
Amen.
He's very positive.
Thank you very much, Jason.
All right.
Let's do, please. Yeah, and I forgot to note a very important part of Jason's bio, because he also leads a quarterly men's cohort in the community, focusing on indigenous values in the curriculum, designed to tap into and restore imbalances in men. So thank you, Jason, for saying the words patriarchy. And I'd say in this context of this country, heteropatriarchy, which is one of the key challenges, and it's all interconnected. You're right, to quote Mary Swain, sister of Loretto, our former treasurer who's down at the Mother House, Mary always says it's all of a piece, right? It's all interconnected in so many ways. We're just beginning to understand through science, although science is now stepping up. And as you mentioned, noting the wisdom of the indigenous ways and asking for help. Now, if we get our politicians, I like what you were saying with that. That is very key. And just to lift up a few other ways we can tie in faith-based organizations, I have the deep pleasure and privilege of living, when I'm here in New York, in a convent with the Sisters of St. Joseph of Brentwood, Long Island. And just to lift up what they're doing, they're working with some women, 6 women farmers from the Shinnecock Nation out in the East Hampton Bays, where they're doing some rematriation, shall we say, of the some of the, is it clams? No, it's kelp farming. That's what they're engaged in, is kelp farming. So cheers to Sister Carrie and all of you Sisters of St. Joseph, Brentwood, Long Island, who are working with those 6 Shinnecock farmer women whose names I should learn and will learn. You know, cheers to you doing that work. The community I'm part of, the Loretto community, we're investigating our role in both owning slaves back in the day when they were brought by families of sisters, and then also our role in a few boarding schools, Native American boarding schools in New Mexico, with our what's called the Loretto Roots Project. So thanks to Libby Como, who's doing that work for us with Loretto. And so that will bring us to a conversation at some point about what does it mean in terms of, you know, how do we apologize appropriately? How do we enter into relationship? One way we're doing that is through the Loretto Community Carbon Reduction Fund. So I'd like to mention that. So it's for farms and folks who are doing tree planting or different things to keep carbon sequestered, to keep it out of the atmosphere, and or educate around that. So happy to talk to folks about the Loretto Carbon Reduction Fund. But we have about another 20 minutes or so, maybe 15 minutes, I should say, for Q&A. Oh, and Reverend Conyers has another point to make, so I'm going to hand it to her first. While she's speaking, think about the questions you might want to be asking. We can just take a few of them, but we'll be happy to entertain them.
I should have let y'all go to Q&A. But I want to emphasize something. I know, Jason, it sounded like you were going off food, but you never left it. Because food is central to our life, right? So when you talk about land rights, land back, and the ability to hold onto property, you're literally talking about the ability to grow your own food and have decision and choice about what you put into your body. When you talk about government choices and who they represent and what motivates them, you're talking about the fact of what is decided is what kind of preservatives, chemicals, and other materials are allowed and legal in our food and what is considered healthy for us. You're talking about who decides what our children eat for their school lunch and whether or not pizza is considered a full meal. So you never left food. You just really emphasized and contextualized all the different influences that affect what we have access to it, how we have access to it, and who has access to it. So I just wanted to say, you never left the topic. We're just not used to discussing it in that way. Yeah. So I'll turn it to you.
Thank you so much, Dallas. That very key point. Oh, and thank you, Steve, for running the mic for us. Beautiful. Any questions from the folks who are here in person?
We'll start talking again.
Okay, well, I'll put out a question to our panel. And this is a key one to get the perspective of those of you who are here with us this afternoon. I come from a Euro-American background. I'm white. I come from perhaps not folks who are directly involved in settler colonialism, but I've certainly benefited from it. I have an Irish background as well as German and Slovak. And of course, my Irish relatives are the most talkative, so I know most about that. And as people recognize and celebrate Queen Elizabeth II for the wonderful diplomat and dedicated servant that she was, and peace be with their family, and her funeral was this morning, it's also incredibly important to mention the atrocities that were committed under colonialism. And so for those of you who work with those of us who are interested in working in solidarity, right, as white folk, solidarity with economics, solidarity with food systems, solidarity with gender, the work of, I totally excited to get y'all connected. If you're not already, you might already be with GERI, Gender Equity Reconciliation International. Yeah, they're doing a conference the first week in October up at Omega Institute. So it's amazing how it's all of a piece. But what would you say, what advice would you have for folks who come from the background of the colonizer, to assist and be part of that spiritual journey? Yeah.
So I want to make one thing very clear. Europeans that were able to do genocide and violence and enslavement, it's because it happened to them in Europe. They were originally tribes of Europe. They originally harvested medicine. They originally hunted. They originally prayed to the things that were real resources to them, equal with their ancestors and creator. It wasn't until that happened to them and they were conditioned to enslavement, violence, torture by a monarchy, by a few, that they were able to come across all these places in ships. I'm not just talking about the Turtle Island I've experienced. I've heard about it, Africa, Australia, Asia, islands. Like, there was no place that they didn't touch, but they were able to duplicate their own, what they had suffered. And so if we talk about an indigenous framework, yesterday, today, and tomorrow are all related. All we could do as human beings is not repeat, right? And we repeat when we deny. So when I look at my non-BIPOC relatives, two-legged relatives, just like myself, and they go, oh, it wasn't me, and they get all sensitive and in denial, I go, no, it wasn't you. But you still have the power and influence to create it and repeat it. So be on this side. Be part of the wall. Don't be part of the, oh, it's okay to sacrifice this state like we did to the Four Corners Dene Reservation 50 years ago. Now let's do it to the Appalachians just so we can have an IRA bill passed. I don't really care about your next bill and your good idea of today or tomorrow. If that good idea doesn't serve hundreds of years from now, I don't care. I don't care which party it makes look good. I don't care which individual it makes look good. I told every Congress and Senate that I spoke to on September 8th, and I passed them tobacco so they could speak freely, and I said, the biggest important part of standing up against this thing, this side deal, is to honor the legacy of yourself to your own grandchildren. I said, they're going to read the books. They're going to want to know what their great-grandpa did. And they don't want to know that you were weak and you went for the money over the whole environment, including the people that you sworn to represent. They're going to want to say, my grandma and grandpa were tough. They did the unpopular thing. They didn't go for the money, they went for the people. I told them all that. And we've gotten, what, 77? No, 81. We're up to 81 that are now standing on the right thing, and you know it's going against their pocket. Yeah. So that's the hope, right? People's hearts, reach people's hearts.
Yeah. So I'd just like to say, in addition to Jason, I always like to start out with courageous conversations and try to talk to people and say, well, okay, you might get a little uncomfortable, but we're going to get through it. But you have to have that agreement that we're going to have this courageous conversation, right? And just start out with that agreement. And then I always say, you know, sometimes you just have to pull that jelly out your back and slap a spine in it.
And I'll say the real hard to swallow thing, and Jason kind of hit on it, about allyship, and but I even hesitate to say it now, even though I told myself I was going to say it. Real allyship is going to cost you. You know, I lead JEDI, which is Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. I lead JEDI in several spaces across several networks. And one of the networks is much more progressive than others. And they started saying things like, hey, when you start picking your leadership for committees, actively consider people of color before you consider white people. And there is this like, that's racist. No, that's not racist. That's balance. Because the fact of the matter is, the way we set things up, it automatically favors white people. So when you say, think and consider the people of color more, all you're doing is tipping it back and evening the scale. Because if you think about what people of color traditionally in this country have to go through just to live and grow up, and the school experience of, did I have to help watch the kids or my siblings after school? Did I have to deal with more issues of health because we didn't have insurance or we didn't have access to good food and healthy food? Was I able to afford a tutor when I ran into that roadblock in 3rd grade, and now I'm still suffering it in my sophomore year in high school? Was I able to take an internship or an externship as opposed to working for, minimum wage? Was I able to sleep comfortably every night? Or was I continually either woken up by violence in my neighborhood because police don't show up when violence happens in my neighborhood, or even police for violence versus policing for arrest rates? And was I, there's just so many things that people of color have been saying, this affects me and made my life harder. So I can beat you in the tests. If I was groomed like you were to take interviews and do interviews, I could beat you hands down in interviews. I could speak the lingo if people were speaking it around me, but quite frankly, my parents were working 2 to 3 jobs. And I did not get that grooming. And it is not because they were less than, and it's not because I wasn't worth it. It's because it wasn't available to us. So when you go into a room and you tell people you need to consider people of color and what they're actually bringing instead of their pedigree from their college, which quite frankly, letting people in just because their parents went there, y'all don't see favoritism in that? Like, you didn't earn that. Like, literally, you're a legacy. Stop claiming legacies. Like, that's number one. Like, that gets on my nerves now that I found out about it. Like, you literally didn't. I'm sorry, I'm offending a lot of people. Anyway, so, what you did when you got there is yours, but yeah. So, but yeah, these are things that really make us mad. So, when you say I'm an ally, when you say I want to help, understand that you're stepping back from your privilege. And if you're not willing to step back from what you get because of your privilege, then you're not really aligning yourself. You're opening yourself up to competition. That's what you're saying when you're an ally. Mm-hmm. You're saying that you're leveling the playing field, knowing that people who grew up in hardship might now fly right past you because they're used to flying over hurdles that you are not. And you might have to take that, and guess what? It happens. You still wind up winning, and that's okay. Nobody's saying that we don't want you to win. Everybody's saying we want a chance to win. We want to all win. We want to all win, yeah.
And we want the earth to continue, right? We want to be able to not be in it for ourselves, right? Yeah. Which is even though I was raised Catholic, I got very much a dose of Protestant individualism just in the culture I grew up in this country. Now, where I thought you were going to go, Reverend Conyers, which needs to be said, is reparations.
Oh, let's do that one.
Financial reparations, right? Because I have access to intergenerational wealth that my colleagues who are people of color do not have access to. So how do we talk about that? I strongly encourage each of you to come up afterwards. I mean, we have a pretty nice multicultural audience right here. And then, the follow-up work with our colleagues and dear friends and sisters and brothers at Tzu Chi will be then, how do we lift up the organizations that my colleagues here are working with? And I'll lift up one more. If y'all haven't read the story of East Cleveland in the Midwest. It flipped on me. All right, let me lift that up again. There's a great organization in East Cleveland, which has a fascinating history called Loiter. My good friend Ismail Samad, who's African American and gotten in trouble sometimes for what's called loitering, which is basically just being able to sit on your front steps or walk in your own neighborhood, right? But in communities of color like East Cleveland, that gets criminalized. He's created a great organization, nonprofit called Loiter. And they have Loiter Sports, and they have Loiter Investments, and they have Loiter Farms and Apiaries, which is how I'm involved in a circular economy effort to keep communities funded, fed, and keep the money local, right? So, that's what I'm involved with Ismail and some other folks in Cleveland, lifting up food systems that are locally sourced and locally supported, and part of a larger circular economy, which is the big business language now. But yeah, let's talk about financial reparations as white folk. We have access to intergenerational wealth and interest that we don't deserve. So what do we do with that? How do we give that back? How do we invest? How do we integrate that into supporting local food systems that actually work, right? And I could tell you want to say something, Jason.
Well, for one, I was going to say I need to get in touch with him, because one of the things Crystal and I do is we make purposed connections and do relational organizing. So if we're somewhere, like winning somewhere, and they're losing in Cleveland, we can pull him up, and maybe when we're losing, and he'll come from Cleveland and pull us up. You know what I mean? Yeah. But what I was going to say because the reparations word scares the heck out of people. Yeah. And then people start talking about, well, who's got it worse? How much is reparations for enslavement and how much is for genocide? And which I want you to understand, enslavement and genocide affected all the poor cultures of color in this continent. Mm-hmm. They try to divide that and say, well, it was the African folks that got enslaved and the native folks got massacred. but then they just hit all the massacres of the African folks and all the enslavement of the native folks. Not only did we share family, heritage, all the people that were just trying to survive, oh yeah, and some of those Irish and Scottish settlers that came over here with an indentured contract where they were expected to serve 10 years and they died in 7. So all the people that were on the bottom, most vulnerable, have a heritage. And they try to get you to play that oppression Olympics. And so when we talk about reparations, there also has to be a reparation for the people that if you just gave them the financial incentive, they wouldn't know how to manage the money. So what about education, not just arts and those things like liberal arts? Like, no, education, why can't my child learn how to be a CEO? Because he wasn't generationally in that line, right? And I'm not promoting being a CEO. That's kind of, I'm giving you a symbolic example.
What I would say about reparations, and thank you for bringing it up, I've been conditioned not to talk about reparations in mixed rooms. I acknowledge a lot of my conditioning, but I still suffer for them. Is that, again, it doesn't have to only be about giving money to people who might not know how to manage it, but it helps. Also giving access to wealth generating things. So money sometimes is not wealth generating. Land is wealth generating. And an example of systemic oppression is in connection to our topic of food sovereignty is the fact that the USDA has been found to have been throwing away applications for resourcing for their land and land production and land management, and giving it to white people and not giving those same grants and loans, again, resources versus aid, right? They're not giving those resources to black farmers. So what you have is an illegal loss of property from black farmers to where black people now own less land now than we did when we came out of slavery. And then also you have to talk about the legalities of not just slavery again, but reparations of people who lost their land because they were burned down the courthouse where the deed was, where the deeds for that community was, and reparations for the people who were paid 40% to the dollar of white males who were doing the exact same job. We like to pretend that the only reparations would come from slavery, but the fact of the matter is you can go from the 40s to the 60s and still owe communities of color trillions of dollars. To right now. And Native American communities, their land is still being taken. So, and that USDA thing is still happening. So let's not forget that.
Just a response about the land. What we're seeing now is our great-grandparents got the land, but now we're seeing younger generations selling the land off because they don't understand the value that our grandparents worked so hard for, and that's all across the world. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak.
Thanks so much for all of the solutions, the holding of wisdom, and the space that you've been able to create for us to reflect on such important solutions and ones that are not coming extracted from communities of color and then brought in as if these were the things that would save us, but to say that if these solutions are to truly work, they must be co-created together hand in hand. And it's with that spirit that I think we close out this panel and close out this night at the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit. So we're so grateful for all of you joining us here today. We invite you to join us tomorrow as we continue fiery good conversation and explore how global solutions are failing local communities. And we invite you to continue to join us for these 7 days. Thanks so much.